The Royal Commission is now resumed. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms Hogan-Doran. Final week of hearings.
Yes, Chair.
Big week. Commissioners have reviewed the written submissions and responses to your propositions and our observations. And I have to admit they've been varied and there's been a lot of submissions, so it's been very, very good for us. We have given every chance for states and territories to respond and to address us proactively this week on matters of interest and concern to them, and I know you'll cover some of that. We're looking forward to developing our conclusions over the coming weeks, and that, because of that, this week is very, very important to us to bring that all together. That being said, as we sit this week, we're reminded of the devastation that nature can inflict around the world. I note the media reporting over the last few weeks of what's happening with the wildfires up and down the west coast of the United States. 2 million hectares burnt, over 2 million hectares burnt, over 35 people have died and many more are missing. I know there's tens of thousands left homeless, and California alone recorded loss of over 6,000 structures. And over the weekend we saw pictures on the news of the Golden Gate Bridge covered in bushfire smoke, and I'm sure that brought back bad memories for many in Australia who had had that smoke affect them over the Christmas New Year period. We also note that in the period over the end of last month, Australia deployed 55 firefighters to assist in management, aviation and supervisory roles. So on behalf of the Commission, I would like to provide our thoughts and prayers to all our American friends at the moment as they fight to protect their lives and their livelihoods in these very devastating times for those in the Western continental US. So Ms Hogan-Doran, to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. We acknowledge the comments you have made, and in this final week of hearings, we will seek to draw together the experiences and insights of the past disaster season for how we can best arrange our coordination and national efforts for the future. For those following, I emphasise two important matters as to the scope of your inquiry. We have said many times, as you have, that this is not the Bushfires Royal Commission, and your letters pattern direct you to look much more broadly at natural disasters as well as to the national level. Hence our focus in hearings on coordination and decision-making and accountability at the national level. Concurrent to your work, state and territory operational inquiries into the recent bushfires have been in train. Since our last hearing, Commissioners, the reports covering the ACT and the two states with the greatest impact and our most populous, New South Wales and Victoria, have been published. You were expressly directed by your letters pattern to avoid duplication of that work. As such, we have focused on matters of national significance rather than the adequacy of the response of the emergency services. On 31 August 2020, you released your interim observations. The observations related to some, but not all, of the more pressing issues that you expect to address in your final report. In the context of your interim observations, we, your council assisting, crafted 166 draft propositions to identify the areas for potential improvement. Our draft propositions were released for public comment on 4 September, and over 150 responses were received from interested parties during the course of last week. In crafting propositions, we did so without necessarily suggesting how to effect improvements. Inevitably, that meant some propositions were expressed at a level of generality. Collectively, we will face more frequent and intense disasters in the future. Whether and how any policy changes are made will be a matter for relevant stakeholders. But the opportunity for policy improvements should not be missed. Surely, no one wants to be on the wrong side of history on these matters. There was an incredibly diverse range of responses to the draft propositions received last week. We note that the ACT government's response was provided on a without prejudice basis, noting it had entered caretaker mode pending the territory's elections. We value the time spent by governments, organisations, civil society and members of the public to respond to the draft propositions. We, as Council Assisting, particularly appreciated responses that narrowed and expanded the propositions. I will highlight many of these insights in this address today. Of course, many responses also reflected the particular and peculiar interests and situation of the proponent, and some could well be described as parochial. In some respects, that was inevitable. At another level, such responses risk missing the bigger picture, the national interest, or, to use a military phrase, Chair, to see the whole theatre or area of operations. As the Commonwealth Government's submission observes, on balance, the states and territories broadly support or support in principle the propositions put forward by the Royal Commission. On many issues, there is national consensus. But on some critical matters, there are some jurisdictions seeking to maintain the status quo. Many of the propositions go to the matters at the very heart of our federation. Nevertheless, responses, including significantly that of the Commonwealth, the states and territories, recognise the opportunities for improvements in national coordination, decision-making and accountability. In the main, the responses identified benefits and detriments in the existing frameworks and expressed a commitment to improve. As the Northern Territory helpfully drew out in its written submissions, appropriate weight should be given to jurisdictional differences that impact the terms of any general recommendation. We hope the goodwill with which all jurisdictions engaged with the draft propositions can carry us forward and result in meaningful improvements in our collective national interest. Commissioners, the Office of the Royal Commission has prepared heat maps representing the levels of support for the propositions from non-government actors and proponents. These will be published on the Royal Commission's website today alongside this address. Part A of our draft propositions concerned natural disaster risk and roles and responsibilities. Australia has a long history of disasters linked to natural hazards. The causes of these disasters are many and complex, and increasingly so. Climate change has already increased the frequency and intensity of extreme weather and climate systems that influence natural hazards. The Commonwealth, states and territories all support our first proposition that natural disaster risk is growing across Australia. The evidence from our leading scientific institutions, the Bureau of Meteorology and the CSIRO, on our first day of hearings was that there will be more frequent and intense natural hazards in the future at unprecedented scales and locations. Further global warming over the next 20 to 30 years is inevitable. As a result, tropical cyclones are projected to decrease in number but increase in intensity, and floods and bushfires are expected to become more frequent and more intense. Commissioners, your letters patent explicitly use the expression natural disasters, and it was for this reason that we adopted that expression during the course of this inquiry. Of course, the expression serves a useful purpose in that it readily suggests those disasters which have a natural trigger. We extended the expression with the somewhat inelegant phrase, national natural disasters. Some responses to our propositions complained that it was difficult to respond to those which use that term without it being defined. That much can be accepted. Yet few proposed an alternative or otherwise engaged with the issue. An exception was the Commonwealth Government, which helpfully in its final submission adopted the term national scale disasters. A disaster is commonly defined as it is for the United Nations International Strategy for Disaster Reduction, known by the acronym, and yes, another acronym, an international one this time, UNISDR, as a serious disruption of the functioning of a community or a society at any scale due to a hazardous events interacting with conditions of exposure, vulnerability and capacity, leading to one or more of the following: human, material, economic and environmental losses and impacts. The expression natural disaster is accordingly something of a misnomer. First, as the UNISDR definition highlights, hazards can turn into a disaster because of human acts of omission or commission rather than an act of nature, and disasters are caused more by socioeconomic than natural factors. Secondly, disruption of the functioning of a community or a society is another key feature of the definition. Thus, an earthquake that happens in an uninhabited area of Australia, which is not an area of cultural or natural significance, would not be considered a disaster. Thirdly, a hazard cannot be prevented. Disasters, however, can be, although clearly not always. To use the expression natural disaster will therefore be problematic if it convinces people that there is little that we or those who govern us can do. Commissioners, implicit in our first proposition was that hazards are expected to intensify with the effects of complex challenges, such as climate change and the current COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, the pandemic has signalled the increasing complexity of the global risk landscape. It has demonstrated the complex interplay and impacts that such hazards can have on lives, livelihoods and health. What underpins the balance of our propositions is that enhancing resilience to hazards is and should be key for disaster risk reduction. In other words, our future will require the collection and collation of robust hazard and risk information and strengthening our society's science and policy interface to achieve better, risk-informed decision-making. In this final hearing block, we will explore that future, including what this means for the incidence of compound disaster and connected extremes, and the security of our nation and its people. In Councillor Sisting's view, Australia's disaster outlook and the national interests at stake demand collective action. Proposition A2 proposed that natural disaster risk reduction and resilience is a shared responsibility between individuals, private enterprise, not-for-profit organisations and all levels of government. There was overwhelming support for this proposition, including by the Commonwealth and all state and territory governments. While supporting this proposition, the Red Cross observed that a shared responsibility is not an equal responsibility, and some of the actors have greater resources, capacities and instruments at their disposal to effect change. This observation was reflected in the Commonwealth's response, which noted, "This proposition is consistent with the 2015 National Climate Resilience and Adaptation Strategy and the 2019 National Disaster Risk Reduction Framework. The 2019 National Disaster Risk Reduction Framework goes further to say that while it is a shared responsibility, it is often not equally shared. While individuals and communities have their roles to play, they do not control many of the levers needed to reduce some disaster risks." All disasters are local, and so in Australia's local governments, they play a significant and substantial role before, during and after disasters. But there is some tension between the state and territory's responsibilities being devolved to local government and the latter's capacity and capability to shoulder those responsibilities. Commissioners, the evidence indicated that suboptimal solutions are having to be found by local governments during and after natural disasters. For this reason, we focused on local government in propositions A3 to A5 when considering our shared responsibility for disaster preparedness, response, resilience and recovery. We note that the terms of reference direct you to consider the roles and responsibilities of local government, not local communities per se, but you have heard much evidence of the importance of supporting community-led initiatives. These propositions emphasise the need to have adequate resources at that local level to cope with future disasters, especially as severe weather events become more frequent and intense. Most states, New South Wales, Queensland, Tasmania, Western Australia and Victoria, referred to existing work to build or support the capacity and capability of local governments in their response to Proposition A3, which concerned oversight by states of local government. The proposition drew support in principle from each of the states and support from the Commonwealth. Queensland provided a detailed written submission on programs in place in Queensland. Victoria invited further consideration of resourcing and funding for disaster management, including training and initiatives to support locally led critical roles. The proposition was widely supported in responses from individuals and from organisations, reflecting the expectations of communities and organisations that all levels of government must strengthen their capacity and capability to manage future disasters. A number of responses made practical suggestions, such as supporting education and training exercises involving local government. We note that Risk Frontiers, through the Bushfires and Natural Hazards Cooperative Research Centre, have developed a capability development maturity assessment framework that could be utilised for this purpose. The National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation suggested including express consideration of the needs of vulnerable populations. Queensland and Tasmania sought clarity on the meaning of oversight, and South Australia pointed out that it may not be appropriate, depending on the legislative and collaborative arrangements, for state governments to ensure oversight of a local council's emergency management arrangements. Commissioners, the Australian Local Government Association, ALGA, raised a significant concern that the proposition will not result in the step change required for highly risk-exposed councils. ALGA advised that vulnerability assessments and adaptations plans need to be developed on a region-by-region basis, together with appropriate resourcing to prepare these plans. ALGA has advocated for grants to be provided to councils to undertake climate change risk assessments, develop adaptation plans and undertake mitigation activities. ALGA observed there is, to quote, a mismatch between the amount of local government infrastructure exposed to climate change risks and the resources that local governments have to carry out effective adaptation to manage these risks. Commissioners, whether there appears a need for regional adaptation plans warrants your consideration, but further, that they need to form part of a broader national adaptation strategy. Each state and territory government has a climate adaptation strategy which we have tendered in evidence. The National Climate Resilience and Adaptation Strategy, released by the Australian Government in 2015, was made pursuant to the Paris Agreement. Under Article 7.9, in turn made under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Australia agreed to implement climate change adaptation actions. Accordingly, Commissions, you may consider there is an opportunity for the Australian Government to review and update its 2015 strategy, taking into account the initiatives that have been implemented since that time, as well as the National Action Plan developed this year as part of the National Disaster Risk Reduction Framework, the recent CSIRO report on climate and disaster resilience, and the recommendations of this Royal Commission and other concurrent inquiries. Proposition A4 concerned a review of local government resource sharing by state governments. There was support in principle from each of the states, except for Western Australia, which did not support the proposition. The proposal was widely supported in responses from individuals and from organisations. The reason expressed by Western Australia for not supporting was that local governments should have the discretion to enter into agreements as appropriate and relevant. However, the proposition did not in terms exclude local government agreements, and in any event, the intention is that the state governments should review existing arrangements and consider whether they are sufficient. Those existing arrangements may include local government agreements. Similarly, in Queensland's detailed written submission, it said its existing arrangements provide sufficient surge capacity. An outcome of the proposed review confirming this view may mean no change needs to be made. Responses were divided as to who is best placed to lead the review of resource sharing arrangements. Tasmania said the Local Government Association of Tasmania is more appropriate since it facilitated those arrangements. Similarly, the Municipal Association of Victoria suggested that resource sharing was best managed through council-to-council arrangements, and ALGA noted that most arrangements for the sharing of resources are currently voluntary. These are valid additional considerations and warrant your consideration, but should not detract from the important role that state governments and the Northern Territory Government have in ensuring arrangements will enable adequate resourcing of councils to meet the increasing disaster risk. Proposition A5 encouraged the Australian Government to provide more comprehensive information about Commonwealth resources and assistance for state and territory and local governments. There was support from the Northern Territory, New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia and Tasmania, and support in principle from the ACT and the Commonwealth. Individuals and organisations also widely supported this proposition. Helpfully, states and territories identified information they regarded would be of key assistance, in particular ADF assistance, of the assistance of the Australian Defence Force. Queensland also identified access to satellite imagery, data and other information from Commonwealth agencies, and Victoria referred to opportunities to strengthen partnerships with Geoscience Australia and the Bureau of Meteorology. These are all worthwhile considerations. The Commonwealth submitted that in circumstances where it is the responsibility of the states and territories to respond to natural disasters, and the decision to call upon Commonwealth resources and capabilities will only be triggered at the request of states and territories, it is, to quote, incumbent, quote, on states and territories to inform themselves of capabilities and to incorporate them into plans and guidelines. Of course, Commissioners, there are some capabilities, such as geospatial and meteorological capabilities, that are the exclusive domain of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth suggests a formal mechanism to provide information to local governments, such as through local government associations, and also invites the states and territories to provide to the Australian Government summaries of their respective capabilities and limitations. Commissioners, in formulating your recommendations, you may wish to be mindful of avoiding a result which promotes, as the Australian Local Government Association referred to it, an undesirable disconnect between the information local councils receive from their state government and what is covered by and available from the Commonwealth. Many of the draft propositions in the next part, Part B, go to the very heart of the Federation. The reforms proposed are matters requiring coordination between, collaboration by, and essentially the working together of the Commonwealth and the several states and territories. There was a range of views from those several states and territories and the Commonwealth on these draft propositions. Largely, there was acceptance of the need for improved national coordination and accountability arrangements. Propositions B1 and 2 concern the need for a national coordinated approach to disaster risk. Proposition B1 concerned the principle of subsidiarity. With this in mind, Proposition B2 proposed that state and territory governments should share with each other and the Australian Government assessments of natural disaster risk and resources available for deployment in the event of a natural disaster, so that a national strategic assessment of risk and resources can be compiled. All jurisdictions and almost all other responses supported these propositions. Western Australia did not support Proposition B2. Queensland's response saw an inherent, to quote, an inherent tension between a sustained nationally coordinated approach and the principle of subsidiarity because, to quote, different jurisdictions have different disaster risk profiles. It says a nationally coordinated approach is unlikely to be necessary or helpful. All states and territories supported or supported in principle propositions B3 through to B5, which proposed revisions to the national disaster plans, that is NatCat Displan and ComDisplan. The Commonwealth noted in its response that a review of these plans is underway. Some states and territories indicated their willingness to be involved in any changes to the plans. This collaboration is to be welcomed. Some states and territories also referred to the lessons that can be drawn from existing and now long-standing counter-terrorism arrangements. Many of the responses raised matters more broadly concerning how national arrangements could be developed and implemented. Commissioners, that is a matter which you might wish to leave for jurisdictions working together to resolve. We do note that the how could be resolved by those jurisdictions entering into an intergovernmental agreement along the lines of the Intergovernmental Agreement on Australia's National Counter-Terrorism Arrangements. Tomorrow, we will call witnesses from the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, ASPI, to explore what lessons national counter-terrorism arrangements could have for national disaster coordination and policy making. All jurisdictions, with the exception of Western Australia, supported in principle propositions B6 to B8 concerning the need for coordination of national strategic decision making. although New South Wales provided no response to Proposition B8, which proposed a principle that those making strategic decisions about the allocation and prioritisation of public resources to the preparation for, response to, resilience to and recovery from national natural disasters ought to be accountable for those decisions. These responses in support are again welcome. 3 jurisdictions, New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria, observed that it was critical for states and territories to retain operational responsibility for responding to disasters within their jurisdiction. To be clear, it was not suggested by you commissioners or us or any jurisdiction, including the Commonwealth, that states and territories should no longer have primary responsibility for responding to natural disasters. So much was made plain by Proposition C4 and paragraph 19 of your interim observations. Of course, to suggest otherwise would be to ignore the responsibilities of the states in our federation, as well as the specialised capabilities they possess to deal with natural disasters within their jurisdiction, which are specifically adapted to their respective environments. The basis of Western Australia's absence of support appears to be a concern with the breadth of these propositions and definitional considerations. Propositions B9 to B11 proposed a key role for National Cabinet. The propositions reflected the success of National Cabinet during the COVID-19 pandemic, reflecting its unity of purpose, debates on evidence for the purpose of acting, and transparency from political leaders about what they have decided and why. The propositions were advanced because the National Cabinet decision-making arrangements seem to offer a recipe for success that can be used again and again. All states and territory, again with the exception of Western Australia, supported in principle these propositions. New South Wales did not respond to propositions B10 and B11, which concerned the inputs to and timings of meetings of National Cabinet, but referred to its response to Proposition B9 in answer to those propositions. The Commonwealth did not respond to Propositions B9 and B10, but observed that the National Cabinet is not the appropriate body for decision-making for responding to national natural disasters. Instead, the Commonwealth suggested the function should be tasked to a subordinate body of responsible ministers in each jurisdiction, either reporting to the National Cabinet or the National Federation Reform Council. 3 states, New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria, emphasised the importance of states and territories retaining control of their combat agencies and operational decision-making. Again, no jurisdiction, including the Commonwealth, has suggested a takeover of state and territory combat agencies. Indeed, this was far from our minds in drafting these propositions. The basis of Western Australia's absence of support appears to be a concern with the breadth again of the propositions and definitional considerations in relation to a national natural disaster. Propositions B12 to B14 concerned committees and coordination mechanisms supporting National Cabinet. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the responses to these propositions produced the most divergent views. The proposition was expressed tentatively, in part because of the apparent fluidity and agility in the mechanisms for coordination which have supported National Cabinet during the COVID-19 pandemic. Some jurisdictions, New South Wales, Victoria and Western Australia, observed it was difficult to respond meaningfully to these propositions as they were expressed at a level of generality. The ACT observed that there is a need to clarify the roles and responsibilities of each national body to ensure that all understand their roles and responsibilities during a national crisis. In not responding to Proposition B12, the Commonwealth still noted that National Cabinet is driven by a singular agenda to create jobs. That is something you were not told by the senior Commonwealth officials in their evidence to you just last month, and is at odds with the articulated objectives of the National Cabinet on its formation. The apparent change in focus may well reflect the fluidity and agility required of National Cabinet as it has developed and responded to unfolding events during 2020. This is a topic, Commissioners, we anticipate exploring further with the Secretary of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet when he returns to give evidence on Thursday morning. As As to Proposition B13, that the National Crisis Committee, NCC, should meet regularly to ensure effective national situational awareness and national coordination of implementation of decision-making, each of the ACT, Northern Territory, Queensland, South Australia and Tasmania supported in principle. New South Wales, although providing no response, supported the NCC meeting regularly, as well as continuous improvement in achieving national situational awareness. By contrast, Victoria did not support the proposition, contending that the NCC should not have an expanded role in preparedness given the NCC's existing composition. Nevertheless, Victoria welcomed the NCC continuing to play a role in supporting effective national situational awareness and supporting national coordination for response, relief and recovery arrangements when necessary, noting again that the states and territories have primary responsibility for responding to natural disasters within their jurisdictions. Proposition B14, which concerned the functions of the Commissioners and Chief Officers Strategic Committee, or COSC, received support or in principle support from the ACT, the Northern Territory, Victoria, South Australia and Tasmania. The Commonwealth, New South Wales and Queensland provided no response, although New South Wales considered there would be merit in COSC sitting as a subcommittee of ANZMC. Commissioners, we understand that very proposal was rejected or at least deferred at a recent meeting of ANZMC. Western Australia, consistently with its approach to all propositions in Part B, did not support Proposition B14. In its response, Tasmania made the helpful observation that COSC only deals with emergencies involving bushfire, flood, storm and cyclone hazards, and noted that there is a need to consider strategic resource sharing across all hazard areas with the Crisis Coordination Centre, the CCC. We think there is merit in further exploring an expanded role for the CCC and an all-hazards approach at the national level, and we'll do this with our ASPI and Australian Government witnesses to be called this week. Clearly, there is room for national leadership in this respect. Propositions B15 and B16 concerned national resource sharing and prioritisation. These were supported in principle by the Commonwealth and all states and territories, with the exception of New South Wales, which did not disclose whether it supported or did not support the propositions. Proposition B15 concerned support, efficiency, accountability and assurance for the sharing of personnel, equipment and aerial assets between states and territories. New South Wales argued that there should be, quote, extreme caution in developing new entities to replace current structures where the current system has not been proven to be ineffective. Victoria and Western Australia did not support Proposition B17, which proposed a mechanism for elevating strategic prioritisation decisions to National Cabinet or First Ministers as required. New South Wales provided no response. The remaining jurisdictions supported this proposition in principle. Victoria's opposition was made to the extent the proposition contemplated that decisions about allocation of jurisdictional resources might be made outside of the jurisdiction committing the relevant resources. That might be thought to be a strained reading of the proposition. Western Australia, like New South Wales, considered that existing arrangements and mechanisms worked well and were appropriate. Proposition B18 concerned transitioning the functions of the National Aerial Firefighting Centre, NAFC, and the National Resource Sharing Centre, NRSC, which are currently business units of a not-for-profit company. This was not supported by many jurisdictions: Northern Territory, New South Wales, South Australia, Western Australia and Tasmania. Generally, they said NAFC and NRSC work effectively and use effective processes and governance arrangements, although this does not fully engage with the question of their future effectiveness in more pressing circumstances. New South Wales considered continuing and securing funding support of the NRSC and NAFC by the Commonwealth as crucial to effective bushfire response and planning. Queensland, which supported the proposition in principle, made an observation worth noting. It considers the NRSC and NAFC provide a valuable service, and Queensland would not wish to see their functionality diminished in any way. It would also be important to ensure that transition to a government entity commissioners as we proposed, would maintain the same level of service without disruption during the transition period. Proposition B19, which concerns states and territories establishing a central accountability mechanism, such as an Inspector General of Emergency Management, or a process to promote continuous improvement and best practice, was supported in principle by all jurisdictions except Western Australia. New South Wales and Tasmania indicated neither support of nor opposition to this proposition, but accepted the desirability of continuous improvement and accountability mechanisms. Proposition B20 suggested the Australian Government should establish its own accountability mechanism or process to promote continuous improvement and best practice. While not supporting or opposing this proposition, the Commonwealth Government noted there was, quote, merit in an enhanced approach to continuous improvements and being able to provide an assurance of Australian Government capability and enable confidence in arrangements. New South Wales and South Australia adopted a similar position. Only Western Australia did not support the proposition on the basis that this was ultimately a matter for the Australian Government. Propositions B21 and B23, which concern stress testing and exercises, were largely supported or supported in principle by the Commonwealth and states and territories, with the exception, again, of Western Australia. All states and territories in the Commonwealth supported or supported in principle Proposition B24, which proposed that at least annually each state and territory government should provide a public statement based on expert advice containing an evaluation of the likely natural disaster risk for individuals and communities in their jurisdictions and the effectiveness of the preparation and planning for the upcoming season. This proposition had overwhelming support from other interested parties. Some responses raised additional matters for consideration, including, for example, ALGA's response, which fairly asked, what level of granularity will there be in this annual public statement? Will local government be able to access and disseminate specific information about their risk at local level? Local government is an effective mechanism to get the message out to communities. Dr. Robert Glasser, a former head of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, observed in his response to our propositions that it would be good for these statements to be integrated in a national communication strategy, and we support that proposal.
And I will also note, you mentioned ASPI. In that, I think it'd be good exploring tomorrow the term strategic, operational and tactical, because I think there's a misunderstanding about what that actually means across jurisdictions.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
And we propose to explore it both in the context of not just operational decision making, but also in the context of strategic policy making.
Strategy.
Indeed.
Perfect. No, I think that'll be good tomorrow.
Part C of the draft propositions concern term of reference C of your letters patent. Considerations include, first, whether the capacity to make a declaration of a state of national emergency needs a legislated basis. Secondly, whether there are advantages in clearly defining and identifying the circumstances in which a declaration could be made. And thirdly, whether there are advantages in identifying clear and meaningful actions with respect to Commonwealth assistance and Commonwealth resources in order to ensure that the making of a declaration complements and does not impinge upon state and territory emergency management frameworks. Given the Australian Government has not previously sought to make such a declaration and the states and territories have their own regimes for emergency declarations, there was some understandable contestability about these propositions. While it might be thought that there was substantial disagreement in the form of do not support responses, those responses recognise the nuances and potential significance of the draft propositions on this topic. For this reason, and given the possible consequences of any recommendation you, Commissioners, may make in respect of this issue, it is necessary to spend some time considering the responses of the governments of the states, territories and the Commonwealth. Before addressing those responses in detail, we make some additional preliminary comments. The first broad consideration is a definitional one. What constitutes or how would one define a national natural disaster? I mentioned this vexed definitional issue earlier. Your terms of reference refer to a declaration of a state of national emergency, We had read emergency in the context of your letter's patent to direct attention to natural disasters, but it need not be so. Identifying or encapsulating the characteristics of a national natural disaster is a matter of first separating out different concepts or ideas that might inform the definition. A national natural disaster can embrace geographical considerations as well as considerations of magnitude and/or consequences. Propositions C9 to C10 in relation to a potential national declaration illustrated all three ideas or concepts. All responses emphasise the need, though, for a clear identification of the circumstances in which or the thresholds by which a declaration could be made. The second broad consideration requires regard to be had to the consequences attaching to or said to flow from the making of a declaration. There is little doubt that the Commonwealth has the power to make a symbolic declaration and one that has consequences for Commonwealth agencies, and the State of Victoria agrees. The question is what consequences flow from so doing and for whom, if or when such a declaration is made. Proposition C4 made it clear that a declaration should recognise the primary responsibility of state and territory governments in responding to natural disasters within their jurisdictions. The propositions confined consequences for the Australian government only. You would see propositions C5, C6 and C12. The third and final preliminary comment is that when considering these propositions and the responses to them, regard must be had to Australia's federal structure. The states and territories have developed capabilities to deal with natural disasters within their jurisdictions, specifically adapted for their respected environments. The Commonwealth does not have those capabilities. These developments accord with their historic responsibilities within our federation. That said, the Commonwealth, as a national government, possesses and can develop certain operational and strategic capabilities that the states and territories do not possess. Commonwealth, state and territory capabilities are complementary. Any declaration should be viewed in that light, as recognised by Proposition C4. Turning then to each of those propositions. Propositions C1 and C2 concern the power of the Australian Government to declare a national emergency. Proposition C1 was that the Australian Government has the power to make a declaration of a state of national emergency in relation to a national natural disaster. And Proposition C2 proposed that the Australian Government should develop arrangements to support the making of a declaration, but that those arrangements need not be legislated. No state or territory asserted that the Commonwealth lacked the power to make a merely symbolic declaration, that is, one with no legal consequences attached, although some, specifically New South Wales and Victoria, questioned the utility of doing so. The Commonwealth itself, as well as the ACT and Victoria, appear to have implicitly or expressly accepted that the Commonwealth could make a declaration that had consequences for Commonwealth agencies. The contest is therefore around whether the Commonwealth has the power to make a declaration with substantive legal effects for both the Commonwealth and states and territories. This is curious, as the draft propositions did not propose that a declaration would have substantive legal effects for the states and territories, but instead prompted action or the activation of Commonwealth resources. See C5 and C12. No state or territory thus supported Proposition C1 outright, but it received support in principle from the ACT and the Northern Territory. It is important to have regard to the reasons given by the states as to why they did not support the propositions, otherwise one can be left with a misleading impression. There was support in principle for Proposition C2 from the states of Queensland and Tasmania, the Northern Territory and the ACT. The Commonwealth and several other states, that is New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia and Territories, did not support Propositions C1 and C2 in an unqualified way. Although expressed variously, the lack of support was based on the absence of an express head of power in the Constitution to make a declaration with substantive legal consequences for states and territories. Queensland and South Australia considered that it was for the Commonwealth to decide whether it had such a power. and, as is apparent from the Commonwealth Government's response, it presently considers that it does not have the power to make a declaration that has significant legal effect, and considers that, without this, the Commonwealth lacks the full authority it needs to exercise powers to mobilise national resources in the national interest. The Commonwealth Government considers that it should have the capacity to declare a national emergency, backed by legislation. It calls for a constitutional referral of powers from the states to give effect to the Commonwealth's national emergency response. New South Wales seemed to implicitly accept that the Commonwealth has the executive or legislative power to make a declaration and sustain some Commonwealth activities, but pointed to the limitations on the exercise of such power. Western Australia's objections were essentially twofold. First, it considered that it was for the Commonwealth to establish that it has such a power, and secondly, it took the form of definitional questions concerning a national natural disaster and whether meaningful discussion could take place in the absence of evidence concerning the same. The difficulty with the WA approach about evidence is that it assumes what has yet to be established. Given that there has never previously been a declaration made by the Commonwealth, one can only hypothesise about the situations in which one might be made. However, that does not mean that one cannot do so, or that one cannot find instances in which situations have already existed in which a declaration could have been made. For example, with the rescue of persons at Mallacoota. Under the Constitution, only the Commonwealth may have a navy unless there is Commonwealth parliamentary consent. See Section 114. The use of the Royal Australian Navy to rescue civilians from the beach at Mallacoota during the 2019 to 2020 bushfires was a good example of Commonwealth resources being utilised in the national interest. Proposition C1 proposed that arrangements for the making of a declaration need not be legislated. As mentioned earlier, the Commonwealth's preferred position is that there be a legislated two-key process involving the consent of states and territories, but with the Commonwealth to have the power in an exceptional case of making a unilateral declaration where it was necessary, reasonable and appropriate to do so in the national interest. The Commonwealth considers that it would require legislation to authorise the making of a declaration that has substantive legal consequences. Several others, including Queensland, appeared also to accept that the Commonwealth would require legislation to authorise action by the Commonwealth. In addition, several states stressed the undesirability of having a declaration made because of the possible confusion that such a declaration might engender in the minds of the public. Of course, confusion is not a legal reason for the power not existing. It may well be a reason for not exercising the power in some special circumstances, or for explaining the use of the power so as to avoid such confusion. It may be that those responses misunderstood the effect of Proposition C4, which provided that a declaration should recognise the primary responsibility of state and territory governments in responding to natural disasters within their jurisdictions. The intention of that proposition was that existing state and territory emergency management frameworks, which, as mentioned earlier, include declarations themselves, would remain intact and would not be superseded or otherwise directly affected by the making of a Commonwealth declaration which would operate for Commonwealth agencies. Propositions C3 to C8 concerned the purpose and scope of a declaration of national emergency. The Northern Territory supported all propositions in this category. The ACT supported some of the propositions, although it didn't respond to Proposition C5. Queensland, with one exception, C3, supported in principle the propositions in this group. The Commonwealth supported in principle these propositions. Tasmania supported in principle the propositions addressing the scope and purpose of a declaration of national emergency, subject to only to one qualification concerning the mobilisation of Australian government resources requiring the consent of the states. Commissioners, the states of New South Wales, South Australia, Victoria and Western Australia did not support the propositions in this category and raised various grounds of objection. New South Wales pointed to the limitations arising from the application of the so-called Melbourne Corporation Doctrine. You may recall that the Melbourne Corporation Doctrine invalidates Commonwealth legislation that significantly impairs, curtails or weakens the capacity of a state to exercise, or the actual exercise, of their constitutional powers or functions. South Australia gave a number of reasons why it did not support such a declaration, and many of those reasons appear to stem from its view that the draft propositions contemplated only a symbolic declaration. However, that would be to misunderstand the position, and as was apparent from a consideration of the propositions themselves, as the word symbolic was not used, it should have been apparent that the propositions proceed logically from the existence of a power to make a declaration, C1 and C2, through to the circumstances in which one would be made, C9 to C11, and the consequences flowing from the making of a declaration, C12. The enumerated circumstances for making a declaration of national emergency in propositions C9 to C11 received little direct support, some support in principle, and were not supported by a majority of states. Proposition C9 proposed that a declaration should only be made in circumstances where a natural disaster is or is likely to have a significant national or catastrophic impact, including because of cascading, concurrent or compounding natural disasters. Only the ACT directly supported Proposition C9 and no other jurisdiction did so. There was support in principle for C9 from the Northern Territory. Proposition C10 proposed that a natural disaster has or is likely to have a significant national or catastrophic impact when, in the view of the decision maker, it had certain characteristics. Proposition C11 proposed that a declaration should be made by the Prime Minister at his or her discretion and would not require prior agreement between the Australian and one or more state or territory governments. It would said that, however, the decision-making process might be assisted by consultation, such as with National Cabinet or First Ministers. There was support in principle for the Proposition C10 from the Commonwealth, the ACT, the Northern Territory and Queensland. New South Wales, South Australia, Tasmania and Victoria did not support any of the propositions C9 to C11 for a variety of reasons, and the ACT also did not support C11. The Commonwealth's position was to not respond to C9 and did not support C11. The reasons for not supporting these propositions are instructive. The Commonwealth did not respond to C9 because it considered that a declaration may be made in circumstances other than a natural disaster, that is, an emergency more generally. Commissioners, you may recall that your terms of reference refer to national emergency and that the term is broader than simply natural disasters. South Australia did not support these propositions because it considered the grounds either too vague or the thresholds too low. Such criticisms lose their potency when it is appreciated that definitional matters, such as thresholds, are in the present circumstances able to be considered only in the abstract and are remote from actual events to which such thresholds might apply. The concerns also appear to not have regard to what was stated in preceding draft propositions, being draft propositions C4 and C9, which recognise, as I've said, that the states and territories have primary responsibilities and the limited circumstances in which such a declaration should be made. Those states that did not support Proposition C10 mainly relied upon their reasons for not supporting the making of a declaration in the first place. Some considered the thresholds were too low or not well defined or had similar such issues. It may be accepted that reasonable minds can disagree about the description of relevant thresholds or triggers for the making of a national declaration. To accept as much does not deny the utility of attempting to do so, and at the end of the day, a government may choose a different threshold or trigger. The Commonwealth's response refers to other circumstances other than a natural disaster where a declaration may also be made because the consequences on the community or the economy can have the same effect. Wherever Proposition C10 was to be read in light of Proposition C9, which refers to the magnitude of the impact. Such criticisms did not appear to have regard to both those propositions. With the exception of the Northern Territory, all the states and territories did not support the idea of the Prime Minister making a declaration without any consultation with states and territories. No state or territory pointed to a legal reason for this condition, although it may be that considerations of comity and mutuality were to be inferred. Several jurisdictions, the ACT, Tasmania, South Australia, Queensland and Victoria, contend that if a declaration should be made only after consultation and the consent of the states and territories was obtained, and in some cases only upon the assumption that the Commonwealth had the power to make such a declaration. The Commonwealth's view was what it called the two-key process requiring joint consent between the state or territory affected and the Commonwealth, and triggered by established criteria. Necessarily, the Commonwealth view as to joint consent presupposes a state or territory has the capacity to consent. Absent that capacity, for example, in circumstances where a natural disaster renders the defensive capabilities of Australia exposed to the risk of a terrorist attack or to some other form of attack, leaving the security of the nation at risk, the Commonwealth could act unilaterally in the national interest. Proposition C12 concerned the assistance or resources of the Australian Government that may be activated by a declaration. There was no outright support for Proposition C12, but there was some in-principle support from New South Wales, Queensland, the Northern Territory and the ACT. The several states of South Australia, Tasmania, Victoria and Western Australia did not support the proposition. The Commonwealth did not respond, but its comments mentioned that any legislation should specify clear and meaningful powers, responsibilities and actions. New South Wales again mentioned that there would be limitations on the use of Commonwealth resources because of the Melbourne Corporation Doctrine and Section 119 of the Constitution in relation to the use of the Australian Defence Forces on matters of, quote, internal order. Some states made the point that the same actions can be taken without making a declaration of national emergency. That is true. But the observation only goes to the question of the utility of handling standalone legislation and does not itself suggest an absence of power nor an absence of a compelling reason for making a declaration. Finally, there were three additional propositions developed in Part C, Proposition C13 to C15 concerning Australian Defence Force assistance. There was general widespread support for these propositions. Proposition C13 proposed that the Defence Aid to the Civil Community, or DAC, arrangements with respect to emergency DAC be reviewed and refined. The Commonwealth noted that Defence has reviewed and updated DAC policy and arrangements and that those arrangements are expected to be in place, Commissioners, by 1 October 2020. Indeed, the new DAC manual has been finalised and is now, for what we think is the first time, available on the Department of Defence's website. For completeness, Commissioners, we note the caution expressed by the Australian Workers' Union New South Wales branch, which did not support this proposition. It did so on the basis that, to quote, ADF assistance would risk becoming the rule rather than exception, serving to become hardwired in state and territory responses, which in turn could enable states and territories to outsource emergency response to the ADF. Proposition C14 proposed that legislative arrangements enabling the call-out of reservists should be examined to ensure that such call-outs are more streamlined and flexible in order to meet ADF operational requirements, including in natural disasters. This proposition anticipated work already underway and it may well be overtaken by events. On the 3rd of September 2020, Commissioners, the Defence Legislation Amendment (Aid to Civil Authorities) Bill 2020 was introduced into the Commonwealth Parliament and is intended to streamline call-out processes by having the Chief of the Defence Force determine the type of service reservists will render during reserve call-out. Proposition C15 proposed that the Australian Government should consider whether Defence, including ADF, and Defence personnel and staff, including ADF personnel, engaged in activities conducted under or pursuant to an emergency DAC have the same or similar privileges and immunities as states and territories and their personnel do when engaged in activities in response to and recovery from natural disasters. The Commonwealth advises that the recently introduced bill is intended to achieve this effect. Commissioners, is that a convenient time?
I think we might go for one more section and then we might take a break if your voice can handle that. It's a long section. Let's have a look. I'll tell you what, why don't we take a 15-minute adjournment to get some more water and a break, and then we'll come back noting the...
It is quite long.
It is quite long. Okay. So let's take an adjournment now and we'll re-adjourn
Come back in,
10
Not
minutes.
re-adjourn. We'll,
come back in 15.
we'll recommence at 10:02. Right, so it'll be 11:50. Thank you.
Raz? The Royal Commission is now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran, before we commence, I'll just get Commissioner Bennett just to clarifying the question.
Ms Hogan-Doran, I didn't want to interrupt you at the time, but as you were going through, if I can take you back for a second to paragraph 46, there's a reference there to this issue about requiring joint consent, and you've referred there to the fact that necessarily, there was a question as the presupposition that a state or territory has the capacity to consent, and the example you gave was a terrorist attack or a security issue. What came to my mind was that there is already an agreement or a provision, isn't there, in NatCat Displan for a situation where a state or territory is incapacitated for one reason or another, for example, because of a natural disaster, and there, if my memory serves me correctly, the Commonwealth can take action without the consent because the consent's not able to be obtained.
That's right, Commissioner, and the states and territories have already agreed to those circumstances for the purposes of there being that Castis plan.
Okay, exactly, thank you. I just want to make sure that was where that fitted in. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
Commissioner, I've been asked to deal with a housekeeping matter first, which I'll deal with, if I may. In advance of this hearing block, of course, Commissioner, your work has continued in the period between hearing block 3 and hearing block 4, and there has been additional material gathered, both through compulsory notices and through voluntary statements being provided to the Commission. And as a consequence, there has been tendered in chambers a large amount of material, which are all now published on the website under Hearing Block 4. They were published on the 4th of September, the 14th of September, the 16th of September, the 18th of September, and I'm told that there was orders made for the tender in chambers of evidence this morning, the 21st of September. In addition to those exhibits which are now uploaded or in the process of being uploaded on the website, I also tender the Commonwealth, State and Territory responses and the submissions in response to the draft propositions, which are in Hearing Block 4, Tranche 5 for Monday 21 September, as notified to parties with leave to appear, and that would include intended exhibits 35.1 through to 35.10. And I also tender the public responses to the draft propositions as notified to parties for Hearing Block 4, Tranche 6, Monday 21 September, and those would be intended exhibits 35.11.1 through to 35.12.133. Commissioners, if I might just note, 35.11.1 is the public propositions responses heat map that I referred to in my opening remarks, and 35.11.2 is a table setting out the public propositions responses in aggregate response, and then 35.12 and onwards are the public responses from quite an array of interested parties and peak organisations.
And we'll take all those documents that have been tendered as exhibits. Thank you.
Commissioners, I return now to Part D concerning national natural disaster, as we've termed it, information systems. How well we mitigate, respond to and recover from disasters is driven by the many decisions people, communities, organisations and governments make. These are often critical decisions. They can determine the difference between life and death and long-term resilience versus long-term vulnerability. Good decisions will often need to rely on information from data sets, tools and services such as hazard maps, weather forecasts, climate projections, warning systems and impact assessments. The effectiveness of these tools and services is influenced by the accuracy and timeliness of the data and information that feeds into them. Draft propositions D1 to D26 addressed national information systems in respect of natural disaster information, including national climate projections, national natural hazard risk information, national exposure information, national vulnerability and resilience information. The proposition in this part also elevate to a national level state operational inquiry recommendations concerning a national bushfire database. On 29 July 2020, the Sendai Hazard Definition and Classification Review Technical Report was launched by the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction and the International Science Council to support the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Sustainable Development Goals of Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. The technical report provides a basis for Australia to review and strengthen our risk reduction policies and operational risk management practices, including the assessment, monitoring and reporting of national capacities and damage and losses from hazardous events. The propositions reflect the technical report's call for a data revolution, rigorous accountability mechanisms and renewed global partnerships. We have been encouraged to adopt a multi-hazard lens, armed with better hazard and risk information that is appropriately comparable and combined nationally. Governments and communities will be able to determine the best possible strategies for mitigating or reducing the impacts of future events. We will explore the attributes of consistency, comparability, standardisation and harmonisation as they were used in our propositions with tomorrow morning's witnesses from the CSIRO. Where outcomes can be improved by timely sharing of data and information, in an age where technology and innovative systems can readily enable it, that should be pursued. This is particularly significant having regard to our future of more frequent and more intense natural disasters. Commissioners, you will recall hearing evidence that poor information sharing impacted the ability to coordinate response activities, including across borders. You heard evidence that the inability to compare data on the impacts of disaster makes it more difficult to learn from past disasters and prepare for the next one. Most of the Part D propositions concerning national information systems received support or in principle support from the Commonwealth and the states and territory governments. Western Australia provided a response to only 5 propositions and no response to 21 propositions in Part D, although it did provide comments in respect to a number of these propositions. These propositions received support or in principle support from the majority of responses received from the public and peak organisations. The notable exception was the Minderoo Foundation, which did not support any of the draft propositions in Part D, although on closer inspection, the Foundation seems to have indicated support, at least in principle, but with qualifications. A number of the state and territory responses included suggestions as to how the propositions in Part D could be implemented. The propositions in Part D were deliberately crafted so as not to prescribe how any proposition may be implemented. Consistently with our approach to other parts of the propositions, we have not addressed any of the comments directed towards the how. Implementing national information systems will not be easy. Priority may need to be given to different elements of a national information system and they may need to be staggered approached to implementation. Proposition D1 is a broad statement of principle that urging prioritisation for the implementation of harmonised data governance, national data standards and sharing common technologies. This would enable collaboration in the production, analysis, access and exchange of information, data and knowledge about climate and disaster risks. Proposition D2 proposed that governments support the implementation of the new National Disaster Risk Information Services capability, the NDRISC. The NDRISC is an initiative of the Commonwealth to provide, quote, consistent and authoritative information and advice for disaster risk, end quote. An NDRISC pilot project has been completed and is due to release a report, Commissioners, in early October 2020. It is not yet clear the extent to which the NDRISC will include the specific national information systems and capabilities we identified in propositions D1 to D26, which is why we have elected to propose each of the substantive initiatives for feedback. The Commonwealth has advised that a, quote, National Bushfire Intelligence Capability, or NBISC, is to form part of the NDRISC. It is also not clear the extent to which it will include a national fuel load database or a national bushfire database, as contemplated in propositions D23 to D26, but it would seem to share some commonality. The Commonwealth, Northern Territory and Queensland, Victoria and South Australia supported propositions D1 and D2 in principle. New South Wales and Tasmania supported proposition D1 in principle and selected no response to proposition D2. Western Australia and the Australian Capital Territory did not respond to propositions D1 and D2. The Commonwealth noted the existing information and services provided through the Bureau of Meteorology, CSIRO and the Geoscience Australia, and the disaster and emergency management data already available at data.gov.au and National Map. The Northern Territory supported propositions D1 to D26 in principle and submits that any recommendation or required actions that flow from propositions D1 to D26 should take into account the particular and inherent limitations faced by smaller jurisdictions with respect to personnel and resources. Tasmania has the same concern in respect to proposition D1, and it is further considering, as it put it, the NDRISC. South Australia supported the concept of a shared common language and technological basis for sharing climate and natural disaster risk information. South Australia considered the focus of proposition D2 should be the Commonwealth's role in supporting the states and territories to increase their capacity and interoperability of their data systems, as opposed to building new Commonwealth platforms. Victoria noted that the best level for making decisions is at a local level where possible, and national harmonisation of data and technology, it was said, must not lead to adverse outcomes for local communities, and national initiatives must not compromise local community responses. New South Wales made an analogous point. Western Australia said it was unable to provide a considered response to propositions D1 and D2 without further context, information and discussion. The Commonwealth and all states and territories, except for New South Wales, supported or supported in principle propositions D3 and D24, which proposed nationally consistent climate projections. Whilst New South Wales selected no response, it noted its support for nationally consistent climate projections. CSIRO suggested the word compatible be used rather than consistent, as it recognises the efforts of the states and territories and makes clear that the proposition does not propose the duplication of these efforts. This change also recognises the need for climate projections to be appropriately downscaled at a local and regional level. We will explore this distinction with the CSIRO witnesses tomorrow. The Commonwealth and all states and territories, except for Western Australia, supported or supported in principle proposition D5 that Australian state and territory governments develop and maintain nationally consistent national natural disaster hazard events risk assessments, projections and maps. Western Australia said it was unable to provide a considered response to propositions D5, D6.1 and D6.2 without further context, information and discussion. New South Wales selected no response to D6.1 and D6.2 but provided no explanation. Commissioners, tomorrow we will also explore the significant capabilities that already exist in the commercial sector and how those capabilities should be recognised and not duplicated. We acknowledge responses to the effect that developing and maintaining nationally consistent national natural hazard events risk assessments, projections and maps would benefit from collaboration with state and territory bodies, universities and not-for-profit organisations and philanthropists. Propositions D7 to D10 concern the development of a national exposure information and maps. These propositions proposed a staggered approach to the development of national exposure information and maps. Draft Proposition D7 required Commonwealth, state and territory governments to identify existing exposure information collected and maintained by them. By exposure information, we mean information identifying the elements that may be exposed to a risk of a natural hazard now or in the future. All states and territories, except for Western Australia and New South Wales, supported or supported in principle Proposition D7. This proposition also has broad public support and support in principle. Only one public response did not support this proposition. The Commonwealth says it supports the provision of nationally consistent and authoritative hazard, exposure and vulnerability risk information, but again notes the scale of the task to develop these should not be, it says, underestimated. We acknowledge the Australian Exposure Information Platform, AEIP, published by the Geoscience Australia, and note that the Commonwealth Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications is developing a regional data collection and dissemination plan and a national freight data plan hub. New South Wales notes that hazard exposure is dynamic and can change rapidly, and says that coordination at the national level rather than the local level will be challenging. A number of responses suggested broadening the categories of exposure to include environmental values, cultural values, livestock and companion animals, forestry assets, transport routes and critical infrastructure. Commissioners, you may wish to be mindful of the scale of this task when adding categories that will not materially improve the exposure information, having regard to the purposes for which it will be used. Proposition D8 proposes the Commonwealth, state and territory governments harmonise at a national level exposure information identified under Proposition D7 and identify any gaps in those data sets. Proposition D9 then requires the Commonwealth, state and territory governments to develop and implement a national data standard for exposure information for natural hazards to address the identified gaps in the national exposure data sets and maintain the national exposure data sets. Finally, Proposition D10 proposes the Commonwealth, state and territory governments develop and maintain national exposure data platforms and or maps using the national exposure data sets. All states and territories support Propositions D8 to D9 in principle, except for New South Wales and Western Australia. The Commonwealth selected no response. This proposition also had broad public support and support in principle, and only one public response did not support this proposition. The Commonwealth, South Australia and Tasmania noted the significant challenges involved in harmonising exposure information, and Queensland did not consider it feasible in the short term. Victoria suggested that data harmonisation focus on observational data, for example, species observations. The Commonwealth suggested that some of the challenges can be solved with greater collaboration and using national standards, but was of the view that many of the challenges are related to contractual intellectual property barriers and data quality constraints. Queensland and Victoria, along with a number of public responses, queried whether air quality should be included. IAG, Insurance Australia Group, suggested that government should seek input from the private sector when developing the national data standard. It also suggested governments consider including exposure information on financial risks and economic risks. Commissioners, council assisting do not underestimate the magnitude of the task of creating a national appreciation of exposure. However, you may consider national coordination and national resource sharing will be materially improved if it is informed by a national appreciation of exposure. However, Commissioners, you may also be conscious of the complexity of the task under this proposition by adding additional exposure information. It will always be open to a state or territory to collect and maintain additional information. Proposition D11 addressed who should lead the work and suggested CSIRO and or Geoscience Australia in collaboration with others. All states and territories supported or supported in principle Proposition D11, except of course for New South Wales and Western Australia. The Commonwealth selected no response. Victoria noted that any national approach should not inhibit the ability of any jurisdiction to collect further or different data to meet its needs. So much may be accepted. The CSIRO suggested that the Bureau of Meteorology might also be appropriate to lead this work in collaboration with CSIRO and Geoscience Australia. A research group at Monash University agreed and noted that ABARES and biostatistics and universities also have a key role to play. Commissioners, the Australian Business Roundtable for Disaster Resilience and Safer Communities noted that its research had shown that there are many key data custodians outside of government, and so collaboration and overcoming accessibility barriers will be critical. Proposition D12 stated that national exposure data sets and the national exposure data platforms and or maps should be communicated on public-facing platforms. All states and territories supported propositions D12 in principle except for New South Wales and Western Australia, and the Commonwealth selected no response. The proposition also had broad public support and support in principle. That said, a number of responses, including from the Commonwealth and Tasmania, raised privacy concerns. Telstra did not support this proposition, citing security and confidentiality concerns. Commissioners, we accept that careful consideration will be required to ensure there are no unintended consequences before making national exposure data sets, national exposure data platforms and or national exposure information publicly available. Draft Proposition 13 brought together the national climate projections, national natural hazard risk assessments, projections and maps, and the national exposure information, data platforms and maps into a single tool that could be used to identify the current and future exposure of a particular locality or region to a natural disaster event. Commissioners, we note that the last reference to hazard in the proposition should be a reference to disaster. Commonwealth and all states and territories support or support in principle Proposition D13 except for New South Wales and Western Australia. The Commonwealth notes that this proposition would require significant collaboration within and across levels of government and the private sector. 2, that tools, portals or apps will only usefully inform decision making if they are based on high quality input data and the decision makers are well supported to understand what the data means for them. And 3, that Proposition D13 would require substantial resources, planning and specific consideration of the spatial and temporal scales at which this information is useful. Queensland notes that although it supports a single tool, it is unlikely to be feasible to implement in the short term, particularly if it draws funds away from local preparedness efforts. Tasmania notes this tool and the data sets, maps and information that support it will need to be permanently resourced to ensure that the data sets, maps and information remain contemporary and relevant. Victoria suggests that nationally consistent models be designed against a set of objectives agreed between jurisdictions and ensure state and territory control and oversight over information. Commissioners, tomorrow we will explore with CSIRO its suggested changes to this proposition from a tool to a platform and their recognition that consecutive and coincident events occur. Proposition D14 addressed who should lead the work and suggested the Bureau of Meteorology and or Geoscience Australia in collaboration with others. All states and territories supported or supported in principle that proposition except for New South Wales and Western Australia, and the Commonwealth selected no response. The Commonwealth, Victoria, Queensland, South Australia and Tasmania all noted the importance of collaboration, including with experts embedded within emergency services agencies and other state territory bodies. Proposition D15 stated that this tool should be communicated on public-facing platforms. All states and territories supported or supported in principle, except for New South Wales and Western Australia, the Commonwealth selecting no response. The proposition also had broad public support and support in principle, and 2 public responses did not support it. Telstra did not support this proposition on the basis of its concern, again, that the national exposure information would be made publicly available. Council assisting appreciate that Proposition D15 will be extremely challenging to implement and there needs to be given careful consideration to matters of privacy and security. Proposition D16 stated that the National Natural Disaster Risk Maps, the National Natural Hazard Projections, the National Natural Hazard Maps, the National Exposure Information, the National Exposure Maps and the underlying data sets should be made available to the public in a centralised portal. All states and territories supported or supported in principle Proposition D16, again, except for New South Wales and Western Australia, and the Commonwealth not providing a particular response. This proposition also had broad public support and support in principle. 2 responses noted the importance of the portal being presented in a form or forms that is appropriate to the full range of audiences. Only 2 public responses did not support this proposition. Commissioners, I should note that Council assisting are considering whether the proposed portal should also include the national climate projections, and we are seeking feedback from parties with leave to that end. Australian communities are interconnected socially through infrastructure and through economic activity. Infrastructure has interdependencies, and economic activity relies on supply chains and access to skilled labour. Improved understanding of these linkages and systemic vulnerabilities through tools, methods and guidance can inform better targeted mitigation investment to increase resilience. Proposition D17 proposes that the Commonwealth, state and territory governments develop tools, methods and guidance to identify and assess the vulnerability of communities to a natural hazard event. CSIRO suggested replacing the words natural hazard event with natural hazard events to capture compounding and consecutive natural hazard events, and we agree with this change. Proposition D18 addressed who should lead the work and suggested CSIRO in collaboration with others. Tasmania, however, suggested the work should be managed by Emergency Management Australia within the Department of Home Affairs, rather than be led by CSIRO. The Commonwealth, Queensland, South Australia and Victoria noted that collaboration will be critical to the success of any work. Commissioners, in the course of tomorrow afternoon's examination of the ASPI witnesses, I anticipate we will look again at the role that ought to be played of the EMA, of Emergency Management Australia. Proposition D20 states that the Commonwealth, state and territory governments develop and maintain national indices to assess the capacity of a community or region to adapt to and cope with natural disaster risk. Again, Commissioners, we note that the reference to a natural disaster risk in Proposition D20 should be just a reference to a natural disaster. This proposition does not seek to duplicate work already taken by the Commonwealth, states and territories to develop and maintain national resilience indices, which should allay the concerns of Queensland, which referred to projects looking to assess resilience at a local government level, which includes the bushfires and natural CRC's Australian Disaster Resilience Index, and also to South Australia's request for clarification as to whether the proposition seeks to encourage the states and territories to continue their own work and share this data or create a new index. Propositions D19 and D21 state that the national vulnerability tools, methods and guidance and the national resilience indices, respectively, should be made available on public-facing platforms, and Proposition 22 states that these items should also be included in the risk portal. The Commonwealth notes that the nature and type of information presented on the national portal should be carefully considered to avoid potential stigmatisation of communities and unintended uses of that information. All states and territories supported or supported in principle propositions D17 through to D22, except for New South Wales and Victoria. And Western Australia. The Commonwealth selected no response. The Commonwealth did note that the proposition D17 is contingent on significant collaboration within and across levels of government, the private sector and the community. Queensland considers that Proposition D17 is appropriately carried out as part of Proposition D13 rather than as a standalone task. Proposition D23 sought to test responses to a proposal that a database developed at a national level with respect to fuel loads. Council assisting well recognised that fuel load reduction activities are only part of the risk mitigation efforts. Perhaps unsurprisingly, there was mixed support for the proposal. There was quite a bit of support, for example, by the Commonwealth Government, and in principle support from individuals, companies and organisations, and some states and territories, including the Western Australia, New South Wales and the ACT and the Northern Territory. As a generalisation, where support was indicated, reasons were not often supplied, and the same was to some extent true of support in principle. Commissioners, common to the Do Not Support group was the query as to what was the purpose or expected benefits of such a database. The explanation set forth in the support of the New South Wales inquiry's considerations was to be monitoring of trends in bushfire activity and impacts, including timing, cause, extent and intensity across all land tenures and vegetation types, and tracking trends and identifying patterns and associated weather and climate signals that contribute to severe bushfires, the evaluation of the cost and effectiveness of risk mitigation efforts, including hazard reduction and fire suppression activities, so we have a better understanding of what works. Second, given the variance in vegetation across Australia, the question was asked as to what was the utility of collecting information. A third basis for opposition was the cost and the apparent duplication of effort involved, given that a national fuel load dataset has already been established for the Fire Danger Rating System project. The responses suggest that if the purpose and benefits to be obtained can be made clear, there might have been more support or support in principle for the proposition in D23. Commissioners, fuel load data underpins the preventive or hazard reduction activities that are undertaken by state and territory agencies. The quality, quantity and currency of such data may directly determine the efficacy of the activities undertaken, and this is supported by the Victorian observations, even though they did not support the proposition. The cost of establishing such a database is, of course, a relevant consideration. Proposition D24 addressed who should lead the work and suggested CSIRO in collaboration with others. Of note, only two states, Western Australia and Tasmania, expressed their non-support because state agencies should lead as they are the ones utilising the information and pointing to the work already being undertaken by others. Proposition D25 concerned improving knowledge and understanding of fuel load reduction activities, for example by investing in public education programs and resources. There was good support for this proposition as well as in principle support. The only two major respondents to express non-support, including the state of Tasmania, did not develop their reasons for doing so. The Bushfire and Natural Hazards CRC made the salient point that draft Proposition D25 is independent of D24 and should be progressed ASAP. The next proposition was modelled on a recommendation of the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry to establish a bushfire database, a proposal accepted by the New South Wales Government. Proposition D26 took up this recommendation and sought to test responses to the proposal such that the database be developed at a national level. That proposition was linked to the earlier proposition of 23 concerning the fuel load database. Again, we recognise that fuel load reduction activities are only part of the risk mitigation efforts and that others may wish to have access to this information. The proposition received a lot of support from organisations and individuals and support in principle, including from the Commonwealth, states and territories. Common to the direct support group, and oddly enough also the do not support group, was a concern that other relevant stakeholders should also have access to the database. There was a lot of support in principle from states and territories and organisations of a diverse range of interest, for example New South Wales Farmers Federation. The Climate Council suggested the addition of a further sub-proposition 26.4 to build a complete picture of the costs of extreme bushfire weather. The Local Government Association of South Australia considered that it should be included as LGAs often maintain significant data. Minderoo Foundation's reasons for not supporting appear to be that the proposition did not go far enough and it needed to be extended to, for example, model assumptions and standards-based and be accessible to stakeholders to ensure accelerated innovation. Commissioners' further refinement and some additions to the propositions having regard to some of these comments provided by interested parties would be worthwhile. A concern raised by New South Wales, Queensland, Western Australia and South Australia and the Northern Territory is that national information systems and the work required to develop and maintain these systems will be expensive. A related concern raised was that any national information system not duplicate or undermine the information systems currently used by each state and territory, and that collaboration should extend to state and territory agencies with relevant expertise and knowledge. We acknowledge those concerns. Part E concerned national knowledge investment and research. Proposition E1 proposed the principle that investment in research to improve knowledge and understanding of natural hazards and natural disaster risk is required to drive the future development of expertise, tools and systems to deal with national natural disasters. Proposition E2 proposed that the Australian State and Territory Government should prioritise investment in national research that addresses national knowledge gaps, acknowledging that the emergency management sector is not the only stakeholder in natural hazard resilience and disaster risk reduction. The Commonwealth, State and Territory Governments all support in principle these propositions. There was broad public support and support in principle. The New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council also encouraged Indigenous knowledge to be incorporated into research in this area. The Commonwealth notes that it has recently committed $88.1 million to support a new research centre for natural hazard resilience and disaster risk, which it says, quote, builds on the 5-year $130.5 million disaster risk reduction funding package, which is also supporting research and improved risk information in 2020 to 2021. The Minderoo Foundation did not support these propositions, but only on the basis that the proposition should acknowledge the need for collaboration with industry and not-for-profit and research sectors. We note that propositions E4 and E6, which I will come to, acknowledge the need for broad collaboration and engagement. One individual did not support proposition E2 with respect to forest bushfires, was favouring a regional agency-based approach to research. Proposition E3 proposed that the Australian State and Territory Government should prioritise investment to 1. Ensure an ongoing capability in national climate and weather modelling, and 2. Improve national climate and weather intelligence relating to natural hazards and natural disaster risk. All Commonwealth, State and Territory governments, except New South Wales, support in principle Proposition E3. New South Wales selected no response, stating it was unable to address the proposition in detail in the time available. Again, this proposition has broad public support and support in principle. The Climate Council suggested the addition of a further capability to assess the costs of climate inaction and the benefits of climate action, respectively, by assessing the disaster risks associated with different emission trajectories. Proposition E4 proposed that the Research Centre for Natural Hazard Resilience and Disaster Risk Reduction, announced by the Australian Government on the 23rd of July 2020, should 1. Reinforce Australia as a major world centre of bushfire research, and 2. Target delivery of national research priorities that address national knowledge gaps and national needs, and 3. Facilitate research that brings together universities, government agencies and delivery partners. All Commonwealth, State and Territory governments support in principle. New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, South Australia and Western Australia encourage the Commonwealth to consult and collaborate with State and Territory governments to establish the centre and or to identify research priorities. This proposition also had broad public support in principle. A number of public responses suggested that the centre should work with a wide range of organisations, including collaborating international agencies. Broad collaboration and engagement by the new centre, and in particular international engagement and collaboration, merit your consideration, Commissioners. Proposition E5 identifies a number of national research priorities related to natural disaster risk. All governments supported in principle the research priorities we identified in Proposition E5, except for New South Wales, which gave no response. Queensland did not support the development of a national fuel load database and suggested instead additional research initiatives in respect of resilience, climate adaptation and emissions mitigation. The proposition has broad public support in principle. A number of the public responses noted that research priorities should cover all natural hazards in Australia, not just bushfires, and should also include the development and implementation of resilience and risk reduction strategies. These responses, Commissioners, and the additional research initiatives identified by Queensland merit your consideration. We agree and in particular support the additional research initiatives identified by Queensland for your consideration. Proposition E6 proposed that all governments should establish formal pathways and structures for interaction between government bodies, research institutions, the private sector and entrepreneurs to facilitate the development of collaborative, impact-driven research expertise, tools and systems to deal with natural disasters. All Commonwealth, State and Territory governments support in principle Proposition E6, except for New South Wales, Western Australia and Tasmania, which selected no response. The proposition also had broad public support in principle. We agree with Victoria and South Australia that the proposition could identify more clearly what was meant by, quote, formal, quote, pathways. The proposition was intended to address the concerns expressed by various organisations of not having a means by which to engage with government and or emergency services to offer for consideration existing, new and emerging research expertise, technology, tools and systems to deal with natural disasters. This is an important mechanism by which government and emergency services can ensure they have the access to the best available expertise, tools and systems to deal with natural disasters. I turn now to the topic of air quality. Propositions E7 and E8 relate to improving public messaging and forecasting in relation to air quality, particularly focusing on the impacts of bushfire smoke. There was support for Proposition E7 from Queensland and Victoria and support in principle from each other state and territory and the Commonwealth. However, Tasmania did not support draft Proposition E7.2, stating that the National Environment Protection (Ambient Air Quality) measure, the NEPM, already ensures national consistency and the role is separate from public communication about air quality hazards. However, Commissioners, the proposition is not intended to suggest that a new NEPM be developed or that the NEPM should include standards for health alerts or warnings. Rather, the standards of the NEPM should be reviewed regularly to take into account the latest evidence and research. The NEPM may be used to inform public health alerts and warnings. The concern may be accommodated by acknowledging that the standards of the National Environment Protection Ambient Air Quality measure should be reviewed regularly and agreed changes be implemented in a timely manner. This would allow the NEPM ambient air quality measure to take into account the latest scientific evidence and health research on the impacts of pollutants. There is a difference between states and territories as to whether an air quality index should be used. While the proposition did not seek to resolve this question, this may be a matter to be determined in the development of nationally consistent air quality messaging. 3 states, Queensland, South Australia and Western Australia, noted that work is underway on this topic by the Environmental Health Standing Committee, or NHEalth, and the National Air Quality Advisory Group, NATAG. Everything has an acronym, Chair. Indeed, Queensland stated that it has already upgraded its website to reflect NHealth's draft recommendations. The Commonwealth also referred to research that is underway as to the health effects of bushfire smoke exposure. Commissioners, included in one of those tenders I referred to earlier from last week was a response to a notice to give information received from NHealth, which helpfully provides you with an update on its work to develop a nationally consistent framework for messaging in relation to smoke events. While that work is progressing, NHealth advises it has agreed on a 1-hour average PM 2.5 concentration and associated reporting categories. Queensland submits that as work is already underway on this topic, the Commission need not make a recommendation. Commissioners, you may consider that a recommendation of this Royal Commission may assist the work of NHealth, or you may identify a need for changes or improvements that are not part of the current work of NHealth. In its response to Proposition E7, Victoria referred to the place of planned fuel reduction burns in reducing the risk of catastrophic bushfires and the need to manage community health risks from smoke while optimising opportunities to undertake burning programs. Commissioners, smoke plume forecasting, the subject of Proposition E8, will of course be important in assisting to achieve this goal. Victoria further suggests that consideration be given to the mental health impacts of smoke and delivery of public messaging to support the psychological well-being of communities impacted by smoke. In relation to E7.3, which referred to the use of national apps, such as an enhanced Air Rater app, South Australia states that there would be significant annual operating costs involved and states that a proposed funding model is required before any commitment is made. Tasmania states that the funding should be through a cost-sharing mechanism between the Commonwealth and state and territory governments. Proposition E7 also received broad support and responses from individuals and organisations. A number of responses emphasised the importance of targeted messaging for vulnerable groups and the provision of information in accessible formats for vulnerable groups. Some referred to the importance of sufficient air quality monitoring networks to enable public messaging. The University of Melbourne provided new information and insights in its response to the Royal Commission, which we suggest warrants further consideration. It said, satellite products are currently unvalidated for many pollutants for our region. A national infrastructure strategy should be developed to ensure that criteria air pollutants monitored currently by EPAs and particulate matter composition monitored by ANSO and CSIRO, and aerosol optical depth, that is covered by Bureau of Meteorology and CSIRO, and climate-relevant short-lived forces are monitored efficiently and strategically across our nation in order to inform the public of risks. We note that the Centre for Atmospheric Chemistry at the University of Wollongong and the Queensland University of Technology also endorsed the extension of the investment propositions to national research infrastructure to address gaps in air pollution monitoring and data delivery. Proposition E8 concerns investment in further research, development and use of smoke forecasting systems, building on work already undertaken in relation to the air quality forecasting system known as AQFX. Tasmania suggests that costs of the initiative should be shared between the Commonwealth and the state and territory governments. South Australia referred to further work being required to develop a funding model and to undertake a value assessment. Queensland and the Commonwealth both noted that the Commonwealth has proposed for the provision of funding to support the AQFX system initiative. South Australia suggests scoping other smoke forecasting systems, not just AQFX, and states that for the proposition to be effective, one of the many considerations would include a significantly expanded air quality network combined with an emissions database. Victoria suggested that the AQFX system should be transitioned to an ongoing service provided by the Bureau of Meteorology. Indeed, Commissioners, the University of Melbourne argued that air quality forecasting should become an operational deliverable of the Bureau, so that modelling was not disconnected from the Australian Community Climate Earth System Simulator, and to take advantage of international modelling advancements in air quality forecasting. The university states that emission inventories required for prediction are produced internally at the Bureau, and that, if published, this would enable infrastructure planning, risk assessment and research forecasting and seasonal and climate predictions to operationally include air quality. Commissioners, we will reach out to the Commonwealth for response to those proposals. Commissioners, taken together, there is merit in you considering whether in any of these proposals should be given further consideration by the Commonwealth Government in light of the broader policy objectives that could thereby be achieved. I turn now to fire simulation and predictive capabilities. Proposition E9 concerns the further development of a national capacity in fire simulation and predictive capabilities, including training. The Commonwealth, state and territory governments all support or support in principle this proposition, which had also received broad public support and support in principle. Victoria notes that work could be undertaken to develop enhanced cross-border fire spread predictive capacity and include better access to data and system compatibility between agencies. On the other hand, New South Wales cautioned that any development must not duplicate capacity that already exists within jurisdictions. Queensland says that any development should be co-designed with users, and Western Australia says that the specific needs of each state and territory will need to be taken into consideration. Proposition E10 proposes that the development work should be led by a national science institution, such as the CSIRO, in collaboration, where appropriate, with research institutions, the private sector and entrepreneurs. All state and territory governments, except New South Wales, support or support in principle Proposition E10. The Commonwealth selected no response, as did New South Wales. Victoria suggests the need to identify knowledge gaps. However, it does not agree that this should be assigned to a single organisation. Rather, that work should be assigned to government bodies and research institutions in line with their relevant capabilities. Queensland suggests that a steering group could be established to guide and inform expectations and provide the necessary focus on research to address knowledge gaps. The Commonwealth, Queensland, South Australia and Western Australia all noted the importance of collaboration with state agencies with relevant expertise and/or end users. This proposition was not supported in 8 public responses, including from the BNHCRC, the Independent Bushfire Group, HPV Plantations, and the Institute of Foresters of Australia and Australian Forest Growers, primarily on the basis of a concern that research should be driven by end users, not researchers. The proposition otherwise received broad public support or in principle support. Proposition E11 states that the Australian state and territory government should work together to fund the ongoing development and national implementation of Spark, which could include employing technologies such as machine learning to enable near real-time prediction and incorporating national mapping of fuel load, condition, state and distribution. All state and territory governments except Tasmania and South Australia support in principle proposition E11. The Commonwealth selected no response, as did Tasmania, and Tasmania did not provide a reason. South Australia did not support the proposition. Spark is a wildfire simulation tool developed by the CSIRO. Victoria, Western Australia and Queensland note that Spark is not yet operational, and they say it requires significant further development before it can replace existing tools such as Phoenix or Aurora. Victoria, Queensland and South Australia are concerned about investment in just one product. However, we note that the AFAC National Council endorsed a staged development of Spark in partnership with CSIRO, whilst also noting that a business case will need to be presented to source the estimated $700,000 required to finalise the work, and this view was reached at its meeting on 29 April of this year. Commissioners, you may consider there is a benefit in all states and territories moving to a wildfire simulation tool that is appropriately adapted to the local environment and conditions, but also has the capability to produce comparable results, particularly in relation to cross-border fires. This may also facilitate consistent emergency information and warnings being provided to communities on either side of a border. This proposition has broad public support and support in principle. Only the Independent Bushfire Group did not support this proposition. Proposition E12 proposes that the Australian state and territory governments work together to establish a spatial technology acceleration program to improve capability to detect ignitions and monitor accurately all fire edge intensity and progression automatically across the nation in near real time. All state and territory governments, except Western Australia, support in principle proposition E12. The proposition also had broad public support and principal support. The Commonwealth selected no response, as did Western Australia, and the Commonwealth noted that CSIRO, the Bureau of Meteorology, Geoscience Australia and the Australian Space Agency are working together to improve access to Earth observation resources. Queensland says the Commonwealth is best placed to fund development of this technology. Victoria suggests that this technology could be extended then across all hazards and better cover national standards for depiction and sharing of spatial information such as fire boundaries and other hazards such as smoke and flood, and warnings and road closures crossing borders. Commissioners, you may wish to consider whether consideration should be given to extend these initiatives so as to improve decision making and the quality of emergency information that is provided to the public. Part F concerned national mitigation and preparedness arrangements. The first proposition was put under the heading Future Proofing. Proposition F1 encouraged all governments to determine their preferred, that is required, level of preparedness to reduce and mitigate future natural disaster risk, having regard to certain identified considerations such as predicted, that is projected outcomes of the changing global climate on weather patterns. There was little direct support, only that of Victoria, but there was some in principle support from the ACT, Commonwealth, Queensland and South Australia, and a lot of support from non-government organisations and individuals. Victoria in support suggested that the proposition be slightly recast around risk exposure and also that it directly engage with climate change as a key consideration. Council assisting consider that was part of the intent of the proposition and agree that mitigating climate change requires strong action from all jurisdictions. Professor Lindenmayer supported the need for greater recognition of weather and climate. Only 2 organisations and 3 individuals did not support the proposition. The organisation Floodplain Management Australia observed that more is spent on response and recovery to the detriment of management and mitigation. Curiously, the ALGA, the Australian Local Government Association, supported the proposition, but its member, the Municipal Association of Victoria, did not, apparently because of cost considerations. Commissioners, you will recall that rate caps can mean that local councils have limited means to invest without support from state governments. These kinds of concerns informed the drafting of propositions A3 to A5 concerning oversight and support for local governments. Proposition F2 proposed that all governments and fire and emergency service agencies should ensure existing community education programs in relation to preparing for natural disasters are ongoing and targeted, and specified a series of matters that should be included in such programs. F2 was supported by Queensland and Victoria, which made additional drafting suggestions as to education and engagement. The Commonwealth and all other states and territories gave their support in principle. The Australian Local Government Association, the Local Government Association of South Australia and the Municipal Association of Victoria all supported the proposition, and there was strong support and support in principle amongst other responders. The ACT suggested that education programs use consistent language to ensure there is no confusion for border communities, and we endorse this consideration of this suggestion, which would have benefits for interstate tourists during holiday seasons. New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia, Victoria and Western Australia all noted community education programs currently in place in their jurisdictions. Tasmania commented that to deliver the outcome proposed, it would require additional resourcing, and that as a small state, it would need to seek Commonwealth assistance. South Australia said its in-principle support should not be interpreted as a commitment to provide additional funding for this work. The Australian Local Government Association and the Salvation Army emphasised the importance of educational material being delivered in a range of languages. Emerging Minds supported F2 in principle and noted that the inclusion of children, who were specifically mentioned in the draft proposition, in preparation and recovery strategies is beneficial, emphasising, and among other matters, their capacity to learn good habits early. Insurance Australia Group spoke to the need for individuals to review their financial planning for a disaster, including a discussion with their insurer on the amount their property is insured for and unexpected costs that may occur post an event. Similarly, Legal Aid New South Wales gave in-principle support and suggested broadening to recognise the need for community legal education on insurance issues in preparing for future disasters, particularly as to issues around underinsurance and coverage. Legal Aid New South Wales suggested this could be achieved through consultation with the insurance industry and funding for legal services to provide this educational function. In the submission of counsel assisting, these suggestions merit consideration. Turn now to the input from non-government actors in emergency planning, which was considered in Proposition F3. There was support from the Northern Territory, New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia, and support in principle from the Commonwealth, ACT, Queensland, Western Australia and Tasmania. There was widespread support and responses from organisations and individuals, with every response either offering support or support in principle. Western Australia, Victoria and Queensland noted that their current emergency planning approach involves consultation with non-government actors. Tasmania raised 2 concerns. First, that some planning is sensitive and classified. And secondly, that the broader the consultation, the higher the resource implications for planning authorities. As a small state, Tasmania would seek Commonwealth assistance to implement this recommendation. Our proposed list of non-government actors was not comprehensive, and so a number of responses suggested the addition of additional groups, including peak bodies and key community organisations, especially those with networked or partnership roles, traditional owners and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled organisations, critical infrastructure regulators, natural resources and land managers, primary sector experienced aviation operators, and intelligence officers and local SES or RFS units. All these suggestions merit your consideration, Commissioners. An alternative solution proffered by the Bushfires and Natural Hazards CRC would be to identify capabilities rather than particular groups, which may be an attractive alternative solution. Proposition F4 addressed the inclusion of primary healthcare providers in disaster planning committees, disaster plans and response. This reflected the evidence elicited during our hearings and responses to the issues paper which was published by the Royal Commission. There was support from the Northern Territory and Victoria and support in principle from the Commonwealth, the ACT, New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia, Western Australia and Tasmania. There was widespread support and responses from organisations and individuals, with every response either offering support or support in principle. New South Wales, Queensland and South Australia noted existing mechanisms are in place for the involvement of primary health providers and primary health networks, or PHNs, in their emergency management frameworks. South Australia and the Commonwealth both referred to developments in the role of PHNs during the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Responses from the states and territories, while generally supportive of further involvement of primary healthcare providers, raised a number of issues which are relevant to your consideration. In particular, how any further involvement is to be funded, a concern raised by Victoria, as well as two smaller states, South Australia and Tasmania. Victoria stated that while it supports the inclusion of primary healthcare providers in response and recovery where relevant, adherence to command and control structures is vital for efficient tasking and use of resources and for the safety of primary care volunteers and patients. Indeed, Victoria suggested that research is needed to understand what primary care providers and PHNs need to facilitate their involvement. We note the expertise and experience in neighbouring states may assist Victoria in that regard. A practical issue raised by Queensland was who should represent primary care providers in planning committees and incident management teams if there is no single body that represents their interests. Tasmania did not respond to draft proposition F4.4, stating that it was unable to address it adequately in the time frame. We encourage the State of Tasmania to engage further with the Commission on this issue. That was the recommendation that concerned involving pharmacists. Proposition 4.6 concerned the training of primary healthcare personnel to ensure they understand emergency management and control structure, such as through the Major Incident Medical Management and Support Standard, or the AUSMAT training. Apart from Tasmania, the State and Territory and Commonwealth responses did not specifically address F4.6. Tasmania stated that these issues are largely an Australian government responsibility. Monash University said the Commission should carefully examine the relative merits of MIMS and AIMS, and the B&H CRC noted that it would be ideal to have a consistent system. I turn now to the topic of isolated and high-risk communities and evacuation planning. Evacuation planning has been the subject of scrutiny by the recent state operational inquiries, so our propositions responded to issues particularly highlighted in cross-border evacuations, or where populations are transient, where populations were exposed to multiple sets of terminology. Accordingly, propositions F5 to F7 responded to the evidence deduced early in our public hearings as to confusion and how that might be addressed in evacuation planning and terminology, and community education about sheltering options. We have tendered recently responses from the states and territories which responded to additional questions as to responsibilities for evacuation planning and sheltering options, to interstate coordination evacuation planning, and to nationally consistent terminology. We also note the following. The damage done to Australia by the COVID-19 crisis could have been much worse if it had struck in the middle of last season's bushfires. Measures to respond to one disaster can undermine responses to another, as bushfire evacuation centres and naval vessels assisting in evacuations could have become hotspots of contagion. Commissioners, you will recall we examined emergency service agencies as to how they have since adapted their evacuation planning to account for the pandemic, and we have tendered recently additional material coming to hand confirming that that work has been done or is underway. Proposition F5 proposed a review and update of evacuation plans to have regard to certain matters. There was support from Queensland and Victoria and support in principle from the Commonwealth, the Northern Territory, New South Wales, South Australia, Western Australia and Tasmania. There was no response from the ACT. There was widespread support and responses from organisations and individuals. Indeed, not one response did not support.
We might clock that one up then, shall we?
New South Wales and South Australia advised that work was underway on evacuation planning following their respective state inquiries into the 2019-2020 bushfire season. Western Australia supported the concept of the draft proposition, however stated that the information that should be included in the evacuation plans requires further discussion and agreement between stakeholders. Additional factors for inclusion were also suggested in responses from community groups and organisations. Commissioners of interest, both Victoria and the CSIRO suggested that the supply of fuel be added as an essential supply which should be taken into account in evacuation planning. We will explore issues of fuel security tomorrow with our ASPI witnesses. The Northern Territory submitted that many of the matters are already considered as a matter of course in their various local emergency plans. Of course, were that to be so, the review contemplated by Proposition F5 should not be onerous. Its purpose was to ensure relevant risk factors are taken into account in evacuation planning across the nation. We did not specify how any review evacuation planning should occur and acknowledge that discussions and agreement between relevant stakeholders will be appropriate. Proposition F6 proposed national consistency in terminology for sheltering options. The proposition was directed to consistency of terminology for better planning to diminish community confusion when forced to seek shelter. There was widespread support and responses from organisations and individuals, and some referred to a need for updated standards, approved standards or clear specifications. That was found in responses from the Bushfire and Natural Hazards CRC, the Australian Institute of Architects and the Victorian National Parks Association. There was support from Queensland, South Australia and Tasmania, and support in principle from the Commonwealth, Northern Territory, New South Wales, Victoria and Western Australia to this draft proposition. There was no response from the ACT. Victoria stated that any change to current frameworks and nomenclature should be undertaken in consultation with the community, and Western Australia stated that the proposition required discussion and agreement between stakeholders. Commissioners, the proposition did not specify a process for achieving consistency of terminology for sheltering options, but these are welcome annotations. Proposition F7 proposed that there should be further national community education on the function and limitations of sheltering options. There was support from South Australia and support in principle from the Commonwealth, Northern Territory, New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, Western Australia and Tasmania. Queensland sought clarification on what is meant by national community education. Victoria and Tasmania stated that education should be tailored to reflect community needs. Commissioners, the community education contemplated is that which is nationally consistent in relation to the meaning and the function of different sheltering options following from the adoption of consistent national terminology. The proposition did not specify whether there should be a general national education campaign or alternatively whether the nationally consistent education should be provided by each state or territory. It did not exclude additional tailored education to reflect community needs. Again, there was widespread support and responses from organisations and individuals. Indeed, only one response did not support the draft proposition, which was that of HPV plantations. Some responses helpfully emphasised the need for community education to be accessible to all parts of the community, to be delivered in a range of languages and formats, targeted for children and accessible on digital and non-digital formats. The Australian Institute of Architects also provided useful feedback on these matters in the context of building and construction standards. Turn now to supply chains and roads. Commissioners, the coronavirus has also shone a light on the vulnerabilities of supply chains that we rely upon for essential items. Propositions F8 to F12 concern supply chains and roads. There was, generally speaking, broad support for these propositions from government stakeholders and members of the public. Proposition F8 proposed that Australian state and territory governments review supply chain risks. The Commonwealth and all states and territories, with the exception of Tasmania, supported this proposition outright or in principle. Tasmania's experience was that the sector responsible for providing food and essential services is very resilient and can develop solutions independent of government. Queensland proposed that given the national levers that influence supply chains are critical, the review should be carried out by the Commonwealth in collaboration with the states and territories. Excuse me. South Australia observed that the proposition could only be achieved in close partnership with private industry. Proposition F9 was supported in principle by all states and territories. The Australian Trucking Association observed that management of transport routes in emergencies requires regard to be had to the level of heavy vehicle access and alternative options that could be enabled during an emergency. Commissioners, you'll recall in particular the evidence of the trucks lined up on the air highway on the border between South Australia and Western Australia during the 2019-2020 bushfires. Proposition F10 was directed to identification and prioritisation of transport routes to achieve supply chain continuity. All states and territories supported in principle this recommendation, although too, New South Wales and South Australia noted the expenditure associated with giving effect to this proposition. ALGA advised that work is underway on an $8 million strategic local government asset assessment project to make it easier for local councils to support heavy vehicle operators to choose the most productive routes. The Australian Trucking Association strongly supported this recommendation and noted the importance of planning for alternative routes. In that respect, CSIRO noted its extensive work in modelling transport logistics nationally using the transit tool, and suggests that in addition to priority routes, identifying secondary routes bypassing areas impacted by natural disasters will be important for increasing system resilience. Scenarios also suggest that in addition to resilience, critical redundancy needs to be built into systems to address disasters of such scale that primary and secondary routes are disabled. The Commonwealth and all states and territories, with the exception of Queensland, supported outright or in principle Proposition F11, which is directed to the provision of opening and closure information of transport routes to freight organisations and other relevant users. Both Queensland and South Australia pointed to their existing capability to the live traffic app called Queensland Traffic and to the South Australian app and website Traffic SA, and their inclusion of provision of push alerts to relevant stakeholders, including the freight sector. New South Wales also pointed to its New South Wales Live Traffic app and website and additional communications to the freight industry in the 2019-2020 bushfire season. Finally, Proposition F12 concerned ensuring there are appropriate arrangements for roadside vegetation management. All states and territories supported in principle this proposition. That said, ALGA observed that consideration needs to be given to balancing competing demands in this respect, noting that roadside vegetation also plays a role as a biodiversity corridor, as a travelling stock route in many locations, and has aesthetic purposes. Propositions F13 to F17 concerned essential infrastructure, including telecommunications and power. All states and territories supported in principle Proposition F13, which concerned governments facilitating the identification and assessment of key risks to essential infrastructure. The Commonwealth noted that work is being done by the Department of Home Affairs to update the Trusted Information Sharing Network, or TISN, and the Critical Infrastructure Resilience Strategy to ensure better connections between owners and operators and different levels of government. The B&H CRC observed that knowing what to mitigate is step one. Actually doing something is the critical step. Infrastructure owners, such as Essential Energy, Telstra and Optus, supported this recommendation. But Optus noted it regularly assesses potential risks arising from natural disaster events to its infrastructure and the effect it would have to the communities serviced, and it takes measures to mitigate the risks. The Commonwealth Government referred to the work being done by Communications Alliance and the energy sector to develop protocols for information sharing, which is work supported by the Communications Sector Group run by the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications. Proposition F14 proposed that the Australian Government should lead the development of improved information flows between essential infrastructure owners and operators and governments. South Australia and Western Australia did not support this proposition on the basis that, in South Australia's case, the work should be led by the states and territories, and in Western Australia's case, its emergency management framework already has arrangements in place that satisfy this proposition. Queensland, which supported the proposition, observed that it too had in place robust communications practices to support information flows. The Communications Alliance, when indicating its support for this proposition, noted helpfully that consideration needs to be given to ensure that information providers do not have to provide the same or provide different information to multiple recipients and or different levels of federal, state or territory governments and agencies. Essential services operators supported this proposition, and Optus observing that communication with government does already take place effectively during natural disasters. Telstra, which supported this proposition in principle, also made a number of useful observations with respect to considerations that are relevant. First, that mechanisms will need to be put in place to ensure information that is exchanged is provided and stored securely and only used for its intended purpose of disaster planning, response and recovery. It pointed to the impacts on competition that would need to be considered before competitors would be required to exchange information. It pointed to, in some circumstances, that direct communications and information flows between power and telecommunications will be more efficient and timely, and this is currently being progressed through industry peak bodies. And finally, that communication should also be facilitated at a local level between stakeholders, for example, telecommunications, emergency service organisations and the ADF, to address real-time priorities. Proposition F15 concerns telecommunications network owners and operators developing strategies to take into account the community impacts of telecommunications outages. All states and territories and the Commonwealth supported in principle this proposition. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the Communications Alliance and Telstra and Optus did not support this proposition. They observed that carriers already have risk mitigation and preparedness strategies that take into account the community impacts of telecommunications outages, and that such information is already shared with government in a collaborative manner. Their concern appears to stem from the part of the proposition that suggested that the Australian Communications and Media Authority should be able to review the carrier strategies upon request by the Australian Government Minister with responsibility for communications. Commissioners, you'll recall there was a review prompted of a similar kind in respect to the last bushfire season. Proposition F16 is the equivalent proposition for electricity infrastructure owners and operators. All states and territories in the Commonwealth supported in principle this proposition. Essential Energy supported this proposition in principle, suggesting that the words "or review current" could be added in line 1 after develop. Essential Energy has such strategies in place, it says, and it currently engages with its regulator, IPART. In addition, Essential Energy suggests adding after the word strategies the words "where reasonably practical will do so at an acceptable cost to communities and customers," which may give an indication as to their concerns. Proposition F17 proposed that all governments work with relevant telecommunications and electricity regulatory, policy and market bodies to minimise communication outages and extend basic communications coverage during natural disasters. The Commonwealth and all states and territories supported in principle this proposition. The Communications Alliance, Optus and Telstra did not support this proposition. They submit that genuine practical issues means the proposition is unlikely to achieve the outcomes that are anticipated. The Communications Alliance resisted auditing of strategies as not appropriate and described the proposed national roaming for mobile network operators as technically and commercially extremely complex. The Communications Alliance says it and its members are investigating options to improve emergency communications in areas affected by natural disasters that can be implemented within relatively short timeframes, most notably cell broadcasting. They make the point that most outages during natural disasters are due to loss of mains electrical power, which often means that all carriers in the area lose service, and consequently roaming would not improve the situation. I turn now to public and private land management. There was a lot of support in principle for the propositions concerning public and private land management, which had focused on 3 particular topics. The first concerned the need for greater clarity around the legislative or regulatory requirements for the clearance of native vegetation by landowners and along roadside verges. The second concerned the need to educate members about their responsibilities, as these are shared responsibilities. The third addressed the need for greater awareness around fuel load management strategies. The Commission, of course, has received much evidence concerning these matters. Proposition F18 proposed that relevant legislation be reviewed, a proposal which received some support from states and territories and a lot of support from other interested organisations and individuals. Only one organisation expressed a do not support view. The reasons would appear to be unique to that organisation. It was encouraging to see the level of support to these proposals. Proposition F19 addressed community education around managing native vegetation. There was some support from states and territories and a lot of support from other interested organisations. Only 2 organisations expressed a do not support view, and the reasons given by them was unclear. The Local Government Association of South Australia noted that the same proposition was a recommendation from the South Australian Kelty Review into the bushfires season, and indeed, Commissioners, that is the case. Commissioners, you will recall hearing from the witnesses from Kangaroo Island about these matters. New South Wales also noted that the proposition is consistent with a recommendation from its bushfire inquiry and that work is being undertaken in that regard following acceptance of recommendations by the New South Wales Government on the 25th of August of this year. In addition to its support, the CSIRO suggested replacing the words native vegetation with fuel loads, but with respect to do so might lead to confusion about the intent of the proposition, which was concerned with the legislative regime surrounding the clearance of defined native vegetation. And Commissioners, you'll recall the exercise you went through to try to seek information from each of the states and territories and the Commonwealth as to what landowners must do to be able to take such measures.
And to say that that ended up being as clear as mud would be wrong.
It was certainly complex.
Yes, complex is the word.
Proposition F20 concerned the need to make public fuel load management strategies. There was some support from states, for example Queensland, and a lot of in-principle support for Proposition F20. Only one organisation did not support, but no reasons were provided. One organisation made the point that there is no easy solution to the problem of bushfires and the problem is a complex one, and we do not intend to suggest otherwise. There is no one-size-fits-all solution to disasters, and that requires effort from all levels of government and the community. The various propositions should be understood from that overall perspective. New South Wales, in substance, again noted that the proposition is consistent with the New South Wales inquiry recommendation and that work is being done in that regard. Next, there was a lot of support and support in principle for propositions F21 to 25 concerning Indigenous land and fire management practices, but also some disappointment was expressed. The extensive interest shown in Indigenous fire practices and the evolving nature of state engagement with Indigenous fire practices is likely to evoke different responses, ranging from aspirational through to disappointment that the propositions did not go far enough in recognising past dispossession of Indigenous persons. For example, one respondent considered that the propositions were disappointing and unlikely to result in any material change. That was not our intent, and it does appear to be the case that the states and territories are making genuine endeavours to address such matters, as these matters are the primary responsibilities of the states and territories. Proposition F21 stated that Indigenous fire practice is one component of a broader practice of Indigenous land management and not simply another technique of hazard reduction. This proposition received a lot of support from organisations and individuals. Proposition F22 stated that Indigenous land and fire management is supported and practiced differently across the varied landscapes of Australia. This proposition also received a lot of support from states and territories and organisations and individuals, as well as much support in principle. Various states made reference to the steps they are taking to embrace Indigenous fire practices and the support that they give. The efforts suggest a genuine attempt to engage with Indigenous people about fire practices. One university, however, cautioned about the need for careful evaluation of the use of such practices because of the different ecologies involved in different parts of Australia. One respondent who asked not to be identified suggested revised propositions which will merit further consideration by you Commissioners. Proposition F23 stated that Indigenous groups and communities have different objectives and levels of knowledge, experience, resources and opportunities to undertake Indigenous land and fire management. There was majority support from state and territories and organisations and individuals, and a lot of support in principle for this proposition. The New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council pointed to the loss of knowledge resulting from disruption in Aboriginal care of the landscape resulting from dispossession as a matter to be considered. Proposition F24 proposed that all government should work with traditional owners to explore the relationship between Indigenous land and fire management and natural disaster resilience. There was an even level of support from states and territories and a lot of support from organisations and individuals and a lot of in principle support for this proposition. However, several considered that it did not go far enough. One respondent who did not support the proposition suggested it should be replaced by a proposition requiring public reporting and accountability regarding how commitments to support or work with Indigenous land managers are being realised. These are, of course, matters for the states and territories concerned, and we invite their feedback on those suggestions. Proposition F25 proposed that all government land managers should explore opportunities to integrate Indigenous land and fire management practices in planning and public land management. There was some support and a lot of support in principle for this proposition. However, again, several considered that the proposition did not go far enough. It is perhaps worth observing two final matters here. First, the overall focus of the Commission is on national coordination arrangements, and term of reference G is only a matter concerning Indigenous land management and fire practices, is only a matter to which the Commission is directed to have regard from the perspective of resilience. As the Commission is asked to consider how it might improve resilience, propositions F24 and F25 were directed to that end. Secondly, the EPBC Act review proposed a national environmental standard for Indigenous engagement. It appears that this does not yet exist. The standard, once drafted, may be a rallying point for further changes and progress in this space. The Commission could also encourage work being done towards that standard. Propositions F26 to F33 concerned the large topic of land use planning and building arrangements. The Commission heard evidence that the vast majority of bushfire-affected homes were, for example, within 500 metres of bushfire-prone land areas. Many of the destroyed homes were what have been termed as legacy risk homes, which is to say that they were built before the requirement to build to the modern standards set out in AS 3959. The building and standards incorporate bushfire attack levels, which are underpinned by the Fire Danger Index. Recent experience suggests that the bushfire attack levels require revision. There was some support from states, but a lot of support from others, including insurers, and a lot of support in principle for the propositions, save that in respect of F32, which did not gain support from the state of Western Australia. This is because Western Australia has a working group considering such matters, and that was the sole reason advanced for not supporting. Proposition F26 proposed that present and future natural disaster risk should be a mandatory consideration when making decisions about where to locate communities, buildings and services, and what conditions to impose on new construction. This received support from several reputable peak bodies and others. Only two did not support the proposition, one giving reasons, the other not. With respect, the reasons for not supporting were not very persuasive. New South Wales noted the similarity between this proposition and a recommendation made by the New South Wales Inquiry, and other states mentioned that their existing policies align with this proposition. Proposition F27 proposed that Commonwealth and state and territory governments should develop tools and scenarios from nationally consistent risk and climate projections to inform state and territory local government decision-making as to how and where new construction should be undertaken. F27 received a lot of support and in principle support, with only two not supporting. One gave brief reasons, the other did not. Neither diminished the level of support to the proposition. New South Wales commented that the words legacy risk were unclear. Other states did not mention any similar difficulty. WA considers it was a complex matter and it needed a whole of government response, with which we agree. Proposition F28 proposed that the Commonwealth, state and territory governments should work together to agree on a national approach to addressing legacy risk. This received a lot of support from organisations and individuals, and in principle support, with only 3 not supporting. 2 gave brief reasons and the other did not. New South Wales commented that it was not clear what was referred to by legacy risk, but neither Queensland nor Victoria had any difficulty with the use of the words. The ACT, South Australia and Western Australia supported the proposition in principle. The Australian Business Roundtable for Disaster Resilience and Safer Communities commented that it aligned with its own recommendation. The AIA observed that a considered review of options to upgrade or retrofit existing houses in bushfire-prone areas should be undertaken. Proposition F29 proposed that the Commonwealth, state and territory governments should work together to agree on a national approach to communicating risk information to households and purchasers. F29 received a lot of support and in principle support, and no one did not support the proposition. The Bushfires and Natural Hazards CRC observed that the proposition required the development of an agreed definition of risk, as it varied according to individuals, organisations and governments. The Insurance Council of Australia considered that financial incentives would encourage risk minimisation. Proposition F30 proposed that Commonwealth, state and territory governments should assess the effectiveness of AS 3959, which is the standard concerning construction of buildings in bushfire-prone areas. This proposition received a lot of support and in principle support. The Commonwealth Government commented that the proposition was best directed to state and territory and local governments. Queensland suggested that this should not be the responsibility of state and territory governments, and suggested instead that it is a task that should be undertaken by Australian standards in conjunction with the Australian Building Codes Board and AFAC. Western Australia submitted that the task should be given to the ABCB, the Australian Building Codes Board. Victoria's response noted that this issue had been previously discussed with the ABCB, amongst others. Commissioners, it may well be that this task is better suited to an organisation such as the ABCB rather than government, at least in the first instance.
And we'll take that. We do note that that ball was passed pretty quickly, better than most AFL and rugby league teams could pass a ball around a team.
Proposition F31 proposed that the National Construction Code should be amended to specifically include as an objective making buildings more resilient to natural hazards. This received a lot of support and in principle support, and no one did not support the proposition. The Commonwealth commented that the proposition was best directed to state and territory and local governments, but also that the Building Ministers Forum was considering how to adapt the built environment to future climate and hazard conditions. Queensland suggested that merely changing the objective of the National Construction Code without making any changes to the relevant performance criteria would be unlikely to have any real effect, and instead could cause confusion around how the code is to be applied. Commissioners, you may wish to take those matters into consideration. Insurance. Although the topic of insurance is large and relevant, it was not explicitly referred to in your terms of reference, and it is the subject of multiple recent and concurrent inquiries. These matters were taken into account in drafting these final propositions, which pleasingly received a lot of support and in principle support. Proposition 32 proposed that governments should provide clear guidance to the public and to insurers as to the circumstances in which they will or will not assist with debris clean-up. Only Western Australia did not support the proposition, and then it seems only because it has a working group looking into the issues around debris clean-up, and it was awaiting the result of that working group's inquiry into the matter. The Consumer Action Law Centre submitted that savings for insurers from government debris clean-up programs should be passed on to the policyholders impacted by the disaster, as this would help reduce the risk of underinsurance and benefit homeowners. And Commissioners, there was some evidence of that having happened during the most recent disaster season. The Insurance Council of Australia described as critical that such guidelines are developed in close consultation with the insurance industry to ensure they are workable and fair for both insured and uninsured residents, and that government clean-up programs should ensure they do not create a moral hazard by benefiting only residents that did not purchase insurance. Proposition F33 proposed that all governments should consider the findings and recommendations of prior and current inquiries into insurance issues. It's received a lot of support and in-principle support. Some bodies wanted the proposition to go further, but the suggested changes would depart from the central focus of the Commission on national coordination arrangements. The Consumer Action Law Centre requested the Commissioners that you specifically support recommendation made by these other inquiries insofar as they relate to issues in insurance and natural disasters. For example, requiring the insurance industry to provide better hardship responses for those impacted by natural disasters or living in high-risk areas, addressing issues relating to underinsurance and improving claims handling standards for claims related to natural disasters. In that regard, Commissioners, the Australian Financial Complaints Authority provided a response to the propositions. It emphasised the need to better regulate claims handling, noting as follows, and I quote, "In recent years, AFCA has noted that fee-for-service businesses are managing an increasing number of insurance claims for consumers. We find these businesses provide little help but charge fees of up to 30% of a cash settlement. Assistance with insurance claims is available free for consumers, and AFCA's complaint resolution services are designed to be used by consumers without representation. Insurance claims management businesses are not regulated at present. AFCA believes reforms need to introduce regulation of these fee-for-service businesses to protect consumers." And that concludes section F.
Good job so far. I think you can come up for air for a second.
I actually can't see from here as to whether it says 12:30 or 1:30.
It's 1:30.
1:30.
Time flies when you're having fun. I think we will now adjourn for an hour for lunch until 14:30. Before we do that, though, I'll just go to the other commissioners, whether they have anything there. I think the summary so far has been good, and it's good that some of those that are choosing to respond are providing quite constructive feedback on the propositions, and I thank those so far that have been acknowledged for that.
Yes, and I should say, Commissioners, as you would appreciate, the responses, the first round of responses from the states and territories in the Commonwealth were received on Monday night. The responses from the general public and peak organisations and other parties with leave were received on Wednesday night, and the responses of the state and territories in the Commonwealth to each other's was received on Thursday. So it's been a
good.
short weekend.
And some of those organisations don't have a lot of resources behind them, but have managed to respond. Some that do have a lot of resources have managed not to respond, but I'll leave that for later for our consideration. But it has been very constructive. So with that, we'll adjourn now for an hour, and we'll reconvene at 14:30 Canberra time.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
The Royal Commission is now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran, please resume.
Just reminding myself where I was up to. This will assist. So we have Part G, National Response Arrangements, and Part H, National Resilience and Recovery Arrangements to go, Chair, and I suspect it will go close to 4 p.m. The first matter is emergency information and national standards for warnings apps. Propositions G1 and G2, which are now displayed, concerned national standards for warning apps, and Commissioners, you'll recall hearing considerable evidence about the importance of warning apps. Proposition G1 proposed that the Australian Government should facilitate and state and territory governments support the development of national standards for information for emergency warnings applications. Proposition G2 proposed that the Australian Government should lead, with the support from the states and territories and the private sector, the development of a national all-hazard app that provides real-time information on the location and risks of floods, bushfires, cyclones, storms and other natural hazards. All states and territories supported these propositions, with the exception of South Australia in relation to Proposition G2, which supported a national approach but observed that this was not necessarily achieved through the implementation of a national all-hazard app. The Commonwealth provided no response to those particular propositions, but observed that it saw merit in the states and territories adopting national and consistent standards of information to improve interoperability. Some jurisdictions supported the intent of the proposition, but noted that further detail and specificity was required. Western Australia provided no response to Proposition G2 and suggested that this matter needed to be discussed and agreed between jurisdictions. Most responses noted areas for inclusion in the app. The B&H CRC suggested it should include potential health impacts and urban hazards as well. The Australian Trucking Association suggested road closures and the availability of alternative routes. The Centre for Atmospheric Chemistry at the University of Wollongong suggested air quality and smoke pollution. These suggestions are welcome, and they demonstrate the significant challenge presented by the development of a national all hazards app. HBV Plantations noted that the app needs to be tailored to allow localised or targeted alerting to avoid information overload. New South Wales questioned whether a national app is necessary or appropriate if it resulted in inflexible standards that stifle innovation or adopted a lowest common denominator approach. That, of course, was not our intent. Perhaps the most interesting response to the propositions came from AFAC, which observed that the Australian warning system had recently been endorsed by COSC and includes consistent data standards, including consistent terminology and symbology for emergency warnings. AFAC did not think the Australian Government was the right entity to lead this work, at least from a technical point of view. Commissioners, in your interim observations, you made special mention of the work to develop an Australian warning system and urged its finalisation as a matter of urgency. The issue was also canvassed in Proposition G3. You'll recall receiving, which will be displayed shortly, you will recall receiving considerable information about the confusion associated with warnings, particularly the phrase watch and act. The relevant decision-making body in respect of warnings is perhaps somewhat surprisingly COSC. This is what might be considered a policy function of COSC as opposed to its operational resource-sharing functions. This is also perhaps another illustration of COSC stepping in to fill a gap in the absence of true national leadership. Development has proceeded at a glacial pace. Indeed, the timeline is instructive in a number of respects. In order to appreciate the full extent of this vexed issue, it is necessary to go back further in time. It was in 2004 that the National Inquiry recommended to COAG a common national alert system. A decade later, in 2014, the peak intergovernmental body of emergency management ministers and leaders, NZEMSI, endorsed the National Review of Warnings and Information recommendation that Australia pursue greater national consistency. In 2015, the National Working Group for Public Information and Warnings was formed under the auspices of AFAC. It was in October 2017 that COSC committed to a consistent national warnings framework across all states and all hazards based on a 3-level warning system. And in February 2018, the AFAC Warnings Group established a project plan towards a national warnings framework to establish a sound evidence base to move towards a national 3-level warning framework for all hazards. The project plan was endorsed by COSC in May 2018. In July 2018, COSC endorsed the Social Research Project for Warnings. And in July 2019, the report into that research was being finalised with a 3-level warning system being proposed. COSC agreed that it would be presented at their October 2019 meeting. And that was the one, Commissioners, you'll recall that we had the video footage from the Tasmania meeting, which was and the footage provided by the ABC. One of the key findings of the research was that while Watch and Act has the highest level of unprompted recall, it also creates the greatest confusion, with more than 2/3 considering it confusing. The research showed a strong case for using the term action in the middle level. For example, take action now, take action, or act now. The steering group recommended that act now would be the name of the middle level and maintaining advice as the lowest level. The 3-level warning proposed was advice, then take action now or take action or act now, and then emergency warning. COSC was briefed on the research and recommendations at its meeting in October 2019. COSC endorsed the concept of a 3-level design for a warnings framework for multiple hazards. The next steps would then include further consultation with jurisdictions to develop an implementation timeline, noting that there are opportunities to align to changes required as part of the Australian Fire Danger Rating System project, which was a parallel project. Then the design of warning icons, and then the development and further testing of action statements. There was no further progress on this work, at least at the COSC level, until after the conclusion of the fire season. At its meeting in April 2020, COSC recommended to endorse the use of the terms advice, watch and act and emergency warning as warning levels in the Australian warning system. The minutes noted that, as I quote, the idea of a nationally consistent 3-level warning framework has community support. However, there has been a change of view by Victoria, particularly in relation to Watch and Act. Because of the unsuccessful previous attempt in 2009 to have Victoria consistent with all other jurisdictions, COSC favoured a consensus view, and the Director-General of EMA committed to fund a 4th round of research on the middle-level warning name. So, Commissioners, it appears we have the current peak intergovernmental body not accepting the outcomes of research based on one jurisdiction's non-acceptance of a recommendation. The words of Commissioner Whelan from the ACT are apposite here. And you recall from her evidence, she said, when you are a consensus sort of led organisation, it's always going to be difficult to get all of the jurisdictions in the room to absolutely agree to the nth degree on issues such as warnings, which is why we still don't have an outcome, and I think we're still some months away. She gave that evidence on 4 August. Additionally, the situation saw the Commonwealth Government, which is not a decision maker but co-chairs COSC, and at least for its most recent 3 meetings, Commissioners, has been the sole chair of COSC, agreed to fund a 4th round of research focusing on the middle-level warning name. In May 2020, the researchers proposed to undertake an online survey of approximately 5,500 participants to determine a clear preference for the middle name, either Watch and Act or Act Now. I just note it doesn't appear that the other alternatives of Take Action Now or Take Action were included. At its meeting in late July, which, Commissioners, you might recall was on a sitting day of this Commission, it was reported that further research was being undertaken on the name of the middle level of warning and testing the acceptability of alternative proposals. COSC's most recent meeting was 3 September 2020. It was chaired, as I said, by the now outgoing Director-General of EMA. At that meeting, COSC considered the 4th round of research into the middle-level warning name. Ultimately, COSC endorsed Watch and Act as the middle-level warning name as part of the Australian warning system. The online survey indicated that, to quote, across all states and territories, the definitive preference for the middle-level warning name is Watch and Act, with 2/3, that is 65%, preferring Watch and Act compared to Act Now, 35%. The inclusion of action statements in the warning is critical and is likely to drive action among 2/3 of the people regardless of the hazard. The inclusion of the action statements is seen as a key ingredient in addressing concerns of perceived confusion around the middle level.
So, if I can just take a second to summarise, so the commissioners are across where we're at with this. It started with a COAG inquiry in 2004,
Yes.
sat until 2014, when it was taken up, I think, by AFAC and COSC to move forward. Admittedly, it took a little bit to get going, but and so we'll work on the 6 years of effort and a lot of effort in the last 3 years.
Yes.
But we are after that, and we now have an agreement by COSC to then go forward to ANZ EMC with a recommendation for nationally consistent Australian warning system, and I commend them for that, because we do need that. But it's based on one level, the middle level, using a statement, and in their own briefing slides that I've got, highlighted significant confusion associated with the name. I think in their own review, it was about 2/3 of the population found Watch and Act confusing.
In the earlier research.
In the earlier research, but we've seen no difference in that research, only now recognising a name, not what you do with it. And I understand that it is fire related and confusing in an all hazards sense, and that has been highlighted by a number of SES leads in various states.
So the two matters in respect of that, Chair. The first is that in the most recent survey, the survey looked at the preferred term, not just in a bushfire context, but also in, for example, a cyclone and floods context. It was more even as between Watch and Act Now in a cyclone context. It may be, although we are only going from the minutes of the COSC meeting, that one of the reasons that the SES members of COSC were not initially in support of the change was because in a cyclone or flooding context there was less clarity as between the two. But ultimately the minutes suggest that the SES members of COSC deferred to the view that of essentially the other members, which are predominantly fire authorities,
Okay, and so,
in order to obtain one consistent warning.
okay, a consensus approach. And then on top of that, obviously a lot of funding now for education to try and clarify the confusion that will still sit in that middle level.
Yes.
That's the next episode of Utopia by the looks of it. Commissioner Bennett.
Just one other question with regard to that, if I may. From the quote here, it said that 2/3 preferred Watch and Act to Act Now. Do you know if a question was asked in that particular round of survey questioning as to whether people understood exactly what it meant or still found it confusing?
Commissioner, I don't have the survey results, which have been tendered, and the presentation slides have been tendered and made available.
It's only that earlier 2/3 said they found it confusing.
Yes, a different survey.
A different survey, 2/3 found it confusing, even though they might have recognised the concept.
Yes, and the question, ultimately, as I understand it, the advice given by the Social Research Agency that conducted, I think both, but certainly the second research activity, the survey, was that it would need to be accompanied by action statements that explained what would need to be done. So there's recognition and familiarity and a preference, for Watch and Act over Act Now, which is a new term, but recognising the confusion, accepting the need to be an extra step. And the minutes of the COSC meeting from September 2020 indicate that New South Wales RFS advised that they had undertaken quite a significant education campaign in a related aspect on the warnings framework, and has spent something in the order of $7 million over a number of years just to achieve the ends that were sought.
It would be interesting to know.
A significant campaign, one would understand.
It would have to be. I mean, bearing in mind that even those for whom English is a first language, Watch and Act creates some confusion. It'd be interesting to see an education program for people for whom English is not a first language.
Yes.
Thanks, sir. And to the respondents, by the way, thank you for them for providing all the information. I know that some of those were notices, but it's helped clarify how we got to that
Yes, and
that
there
point.
has been, I can't tell you precisely which day, I think it was 14 September.
Yeah.
There is a substantial amount of material that has been provided by AFAC, including 2 statements and a substantial amount of minutes and survey material, which is currently and is continuing to be reviewed and considered by the Royal Commission staff.
And thank you for the AFAC too. I mean, trying to pull that together across all the jurisdictions and providing that secretarial support for COSC during all that, and providing the information to us. Thanks.
Relatedly is the new National Fire Danger Rating System. Proposition G5 concerned the Australian Fire Danger Rating System, which is known by the acronym AFDRS, because, as I said, everything has an acronym, proposing that state and territory governments finalise and implement the new AFDRS as a matter of priority. All states and territories and AFAC supported in principle this proposition. It's easier. Only one response did not support it, on the basis that the states and territories were not the appropriate entities to take this matter forward. Proposition G6 proposed that the AFDRS should be accompanied, Commissioners, by an education campaign to ensure the public understands the new ratings, the potential danger attached to each rating, and what steps they should take in response to each rating. This proposition had support across the board. Some responses, such as that from the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network, noted that any education information must be provided in a range of accessible digital and non-digital formats, including, for example, Easy English, Auslan, Plain English, Braille and large print, as well as key community and First Nations languages, which reinforces the point you just made, Commissioner Bennett. Proposition G7 proved controversial. Based on evidence adduced from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation in our hearings, we had proposed that state and territory government emergency services agencies should embed ABC managers within functional areas of state and territory emergency management operations centres to facilitate timely communication of emergency information to the community. The ABC itself, as I'm instructed, did not provide a response to the propositions. While non-governmental responses generally supported the proposition, many questioned how such an effect would be achieved. Victoria considered the proposition unnecessarily rigid and suggested that it would prevent necessary flexibility in managing the varied operational arrangements of each state and territory, including with respect to dissemination of community warnings. The Commonwealth and Queensland were of the view that the opportunities afforded to broadcasters should not distinguish between public and commercial broadcasters. Next, emergency responders and national training competency and accreditation. Propositions G8 and G9 concern nationally consistent training and competency standards. Proposition G8 proposed that the states and territories supported by the Australian Government work towards achieving nationally consistent training and competency standards while recognising a need for jurisdictional context. There was support from New South Wales, Victoria and the Northern Territory, and support in principle from the Commonwealth and each other state and territory apart from Western Australia, which provided no response. From non-government responses, the proposition received strong support and not one response couched as not in support or not support in principle. Proposed G9 proposed that national training program standards include preparedness and risk mitigation topics. As a preliminary point, we note that Queensland found the propositions too narrow as focused only on fire. It's unclear why Queensland saw the propositions as so limited, and they are clearly not. G8, G10 and G11 refer to fire and emergency services, and G9 refers to hazard reduction measures as an example of preparedness and risk mitigation topics for training program standards. There was support for G9 from South Australia and the Northern Territory, support in principle from the Commonwealth, the ACT, New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria, and no response from Western Australia and Tasmania. From non-government responses, the proposition received strong support. Several responses referred to existing steps taken to achieve nationally consistent training. Commissioners, the proposition was deliberately general, as we anticipated the subsequent tender of material from responses to compulsory notices concerning training, and in particular the work of the Jurisdictional Emergency Management Education Network, GEMEN, towards nationally consistent training. These tend to reinforce the point made by those states that there is indeed work underway, but that more can be done. That material has been tendered as Exhibit 30.38.9 and 29.19.1. I think that's right. South Australia addressed the issue of broader emergency management training, noting that a single jurisdiction is unable to provide this broader training. Commissioner South Australia provided a further witness statement from Assistant Commissioner Noel Bamford, dated 17 September 2020, and that has been tendered in evidence. South Australia argues for reintroduction of a centrally managed Australian government training provider to deliver emergency management units of competency across all jurisdictions. That is, a national training organisation with training delivered by jurisdictional subject matter experts. The Commonwealth in its response stated that development of the standards must be driven collaboratively by the states and territory as responsible authorities, with advisory support from the Commonwealth where appropriate. We support the collaborative development of standards by the states and territories. However, there may be a larger role for the Commonwealth than one of merely advice, such as in the delivery of national training as suggested by South Australia. The South Australian proposal aligns with the intention expressed in your interim observations to lift the skill level of multi-agency response across the nation. To that end, we note that Monash University recommended in its response that emergency management training and education be mainstreamed, like nursing and education, rather than being conducted within and by emergency organisations. Victoria identifies a package for nationally consistent training delivered under the Public Safety Training Package, PTSB, to reduce the challenges faced during interstate deployments, and states that standardisation of incident management training packages would enhance the response to disasters around border areas. The Commonwealth in its response urged caution to ensure that such standards do not have the unintended consequence of curbing volunteers. And Queensland similarly stated that the national standards need to factor in and cater for the large volunteer workforce. A number of responses from non-government individuals and bodies also emphasised the need to consult with and ensure the inclusion of volunteers and farm fire units, including by considering available funding. Other responses pointed to the need to ensure competency and consistency in other areas, such as forest firefighting, aviation specialists, and ensuring children's safety and well-being. A primary purpose of Proposition G8 is to facilitate interstate deployments of fire and emergency services responders. Nonetheless, we note that the Australian Red Cross identified a major gap, urging the Commission to extend the scope of these draft propositions to recovery training and competency. Volunteering Australia similarly emphasised that volunteers in community service organisations also play a role in emergency response. Victoria, the state of Victoria, also supported the extension to relief and recovery. Proposition G10 concerned a national accreditation process for fire and emergency services. There was support from New South Wales and Victoria, support in principle from the Commonwealth, ACT, Northern Territory, Queensland and South Australia, and no response from Western Australia and Tasmania. All non-government responses either supported or supported in principle. New South Wales noted that a national accreditation process already exists through AFAC's Emergency Management Professionalisation Scheme, or EMPS. The EMPS is a credentialling scheme through which competence or expertise is recognised. The EMPS is voluntary and the uptake, the evidence suggests, has been relatively slow. While the education component is based on the PTSB, that training itself is not sufficient for an EMPS credential, as the PTSB is not seen as evidence that an individual would perform adequately. The improved nationally consistent training in Proposition G8, with a nationally consistent base training level, should be capable of automatic application into an accreditation scheme. AFAC in its response stated that the existing EMPS framework should be used to develop a more comprehensive scheme. That work has already been conducted. The work that has already been conducted should indeed inform the national accreditation process. A question for you to consider, Commissioners, if a national accreditation process is recommended, is whether it should apply to volunteers and career personnel in the same way. Victoria stated that the same level of opportunity should be given to volunteers and staff. Queensland cautioned that there is a significant risk in mandating training for volunteers and part-time staff that makes volunteering and community capability to respond to disaster too arduous and leads to significant depletion of personnel. Tasmania provided no response, stating that more information was required, and Western Australia stated that while there was value in developing national training standards and competencies where appropriate, it needed further context, information and discussion. It's not clear yet what further information is needed or could be provided, and we will follow that up. While offering support in principle for Proposition G10, South Australia stated that it is unable to properly respond without a specific proposal outlining how a training and accreditation process should operate. It was concerned that national accreditation could negatively impact the ability of jurisdictions to share resources, although it did not provide any further detail. Commissioners, the purpose of these propositions was that nationally consistent standards of competency and nationally consistent training should facilitate, without any additional burdens or steps, recognition of that qualification through a national accreditation process. The proposals are forward-looking to a future of increasing disaster risk. Training and accreditation should be aligned. The purpose is to assist interstate transfers, not make them more difficult.
And on top of that, we understand overheads that go with these sorts of systems, and so that's not the intent to add overhead for no gain. So we will be looking closely at that.
But of course, Commissioners, you'll be aware of the very large numbers that were deployed interstate
Yes.
in recent.
That's why I didn't understand South Australia's comment, how national accreditation would needly impact having the ability to deploy nationally. But
Proposition G11 relates to the use of the national accreditation process to establish a national register of qualified fire and emergency service personnel. The National Register would facilitate interstate resource sharing and assist the provision of a national picture of personnel capability. There was support from the Northern Territory and support in principle from the Commonwealth, ACT, New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria. There was no response from South Australia, and Western Australia did not support the proposition. Non-government responses were strongly supportive. New South Wales pointed to a personnel database presently existing through the National Resource Sharing Centre, NRSC. However, the evidence before the Commission is that the NRSC deployment register has been used only for international deployments. Each state and territory has recently responded to a notice to give information and provided to the Commission information on state and territory registers of personnel. None provided evidence of a national register of personnel generally, nor one showing national personnel available for interstate deployments. The NRSC itself has proposed the development of a national deployment registry to create a single national IT platform for resource sharing of personnel and related equipment, supporting international and interstate deployments. While that proposal is still subject to further development and questions of funding, relevantly, it will include a registry of personnel. The main difference between the NRSC National Deployment Registry and that contemplated by Proposition B18 and G11 is that these propositions propose that the register eventually be able to facilitate the tracking of all resource deployments, to assist automated visibility of deployments and situational awareness for operational decision making. Western Australia did not support the proposition, although to be clear, Proposition G10 does not state that interstate resource sharing should be limited to nationally accredited personnel. However, it did anticipate that at some stage in the future, the training and accreditation proposed in Propositions G8 and G9 may reach a level of consistency nationally, such that fire and emergency services personnel are automatically nationally accredited when a jurisdictional qualification is obtained. In those circumstances, a national picture of personnel capability may be readily obtained. We acknowledge Queensland's submission that there would be a period of transition, as it would take time for standardisation. We should not prevent resource sharing until this has been achieved. South Australia did not provide a response stating that further clarification regarding proposed development, functionality, information sharing, maintenance, capabilities, interaction, costs and resource implications of the register is needed. However, it is to be recalled that separately, Proposition B18.1 proposed that the functions of the government entity to which the NRSC is to be transitioned should collate and maintain the register. Queensland recommends that the National Register be hosted and funded by a national body with standardised accreditation data. Victoria supports the management of such a register, Commissioners, by Emergency Management Australia, EMA. These matters, we think, would answer some of South Australia's concerns. Proposition G12 concerned the potential incorporation of private firefighters into the Australasian Inter-Service Incident Management System, or AIMS. Private firefighters might, by way of example, include private plantation firefighters and farm fire units or primary producer brigades. There was support in principle from the Commonwealth, Northern Territory, Queensland, Victoria, South Australia and Tasmania. Queensland and Victoria suggested matters that might be included in this consideration, such as the needs of less formalised brigades and cost considerations. The ACT, New South Wales and Western Australia provided no response. South Australia sought clarification on a number of issues, such as the enforcement of training and equipment standards and liability and exemptions. The matters raised by South Australia may be appropriate considerations for South Australia in implementing that Proposition G12, should it be recommended. Likewise, the range of issues raised by AFAC in its response to G12 may be appropriate considerations for the states and territories. The proposition was that the states and territories consider incorporation. Victoria helpfully identified that there should be national training and accreditation standards for plantation firefighting in light of the interoperability issues raised in the evidence. And you remember, Commissioners, the evidence from HPV plantations, which had a very substantial plantation firefighting capability. The response from the Emergency Leaders for Climate Action, which includes a group of former fire chiefs and commissioners, was that the main issue is how each jurisdiction operationalises incorporating private firefighting units into their operations, not how they fit within the well-recognised and flexible AIMS process. As well as incorporation of private firefighters into AIMS, the method of incorporation of private firefighters into operational responses warrants your consideration. The responses to this proposition varied. AFAC noted that there were a range of issues around training, communications, liability and legal obligations and indemnities that jurisdictions need to work through in deciding how to manage private firefighting units. Most jurisdictions supported the intention of the proposition, but as Queensland observed, any consideration should recognise local needs and the unique circumstances of individual jurisdictions. There was generally broad support and response from individuals and organisations. However, some volunteer organisations and volunteer brigades did not support the proposition, variously expressing concern that this may create administrative burdens, that farm fire units should only be used as an extra bonus, that these units need incentives, that it begin difficult to access training, that regulations should not strangle private equipment, and that there is a risk of undercutting career firefighting funding and resourcing. Each may warrant consideration in implementing Proposition G12 should it be recommended. Proposition G13 proposed that state and territory governments assess regularly the capacity of the fire and emergency service workforce in light of current and future requirements. It was directed to both career and volunteer responders, about which, Commissioners, you have heard much during this Royal Commission. No response did not support the proposition. All states and territories supported the proposition. Some, Victoria, South Australia and Western Australia, noted this assessment was already undertaken in existing frameworks. The B&H CRC noted that it is currently undertaking a research project looking at the possible shape of future workforce called Workforce 2030. This work, both from the states and territories and the B&H CRC, is to be welcomed. Proposition G14 relates to...
Did HCRC talk about when that work was going to be provided in their response?
I think they did, and I can't remember.
No, that's okay.
We
Yeah.
can take it on now.
It's not going to be finished in 2030. It'll be finished well before that. I'm just interested in how long before.
It's called Workforce 2030, so one would hope it would be completed before then.
I'm hoping. I would think in the next year. Yeah.
We'll follow that up, Chair. Proposition G14 relates to the employment protections available for fire and emergency service volunteers. Commissioners, in evidence recently tendered, you received information from the states on current legislation, policies and programs that provide support to emergency service volunteers and prevent disadvantage to or dismissal of employees due to volunteer deployment. There was support from the Northern Territory, New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, South Australia and Western Australia. Some noted existing protections in place, including through the Commonwealth Fair Work Act of 2009. While there was support in principle from the Commonwealth, ACT and Tasmania, neither the ACT nor Tasmania provided an explanation for their effectively qualified support. The Commonwealth noted the proposition was directed to the state and territory governments. There was broad support and responses from individuals and organisations. The Australian Red Cross, importantly, Commissioners, recommended that this be extended to all providers of emergency management, not just fire and emergency services. There is merit in considering this extension, particularly when one considers the number of volunteers across all recovery stages. A number of community responses referred to the need for protections for the self-employed. We note that support for self-employed volunteers is not a matter of employment protections and is a question on which the Commission has received some oral and written evidence. Proposition G15 proposed a review of the capability and procedures of the Australian Medical Assistance Teams, or AUSMAT, following the 2019-2020 bushfires. There was support from the Commonwealth, Queensland, Victoria, South Australia and Tasmania, and support in principle from the Northern Territory, New South Wales and Western Australia. There was no response from the ACT. As for other individuals and organisations, there was universal support or support in principle from all but the Floodplain Management Australia organisation, although it did not articulate a reason. The Commonwealth noted that the Department of Health will conduct a lessons learned exercise prior to the start of the 2020-21 bushfire high-risk period, and that early planning has begun for a comprehensive review of the National Incident Room procedures. You'll recall, Commissioners, the questions I asked of Professor Brendan Murphy, who, in relation to the standing up of the National Incident Room during the 2019-2020 bushfires. The project will identify lessons from both COVID-19 and the 2019-2020 bushfires. Council Assisting commend this work as necessary and urgent given the timeline and given the complexities involved in planning for and responding to disasters that occur sequentially and concurrently, noting, for example, Commissioners, that the COVID-19 pandemic is still ongoing and will likely still be going this time next year. Victoria stated that it supported efforts to increase the clarity and understanding of the AUSMAT procedures, again referring to what it says was a deployment of an AUSMAT team without request or prior consultation with Victoria. We know that AUSMAT teams have been deployed during the COVID-19 pandemic, and it may be, Commissioners, that lessons have or can be learned from both those disasters to ensure streamlined deployments. South Australia supported Proposition G15 and acknowledged the benefits of AUSMAT. However, it also noted the potential for unintended consequences of increasing the call-out of AUSMAT, noting that many nurses and medical staff occupy roles in state-level emergency services. For completeness, we also note that in its response to Proposition B3, which concerned the proposed review of NatCat Displan, South Australia submitted that consideration should be given to the review of further national plans, including the Osborne's Plan, the Mass Casualty Plan, and to ensure capability and capacity issues are considered at jurisdictional and national levels. Commissioners, we think there is merit in your consideration of this proposal. Australia was fortunate to avoid mass casualty events in the last bushfire season. It cannot assume the same for the future.
We think there's merit as well in that. We don't want unintended consequences of recommendations.
Yes. I just might also note one thing, and that is this question of those involved in AUSMAT also occupying roles in state-level emergency services applies also to the calling up of reserves of the ADF. This interaction between those people who are generous enough to be part of emergency services and also generous enough to be part of things such as the Army Reserve, it does provide a great deal of difficulty in balancing those out, I think.
ADF Reserve.
ADF Reserve, I'm terribly sorry.
I beg your pardon, Chair?
My pass coming through, but that's all right.
Right, that's right. I'll turn to propositions G6 to G20, which concerned emergency communications and equipment. There was a large level of support for these propositions. Proposition G16 proposed that the Australian State and Territory Government should work towards ensuring that emergency communications and equipment are interoperable across jurisdictions. All jurisdictions supported this proposition in principle. The Commonwealth noted the benefits of ensuring interoperability of equipment between jurisdictions. South Australia noted that some levels of interoperability already exist. That said, three states, South Australia, Victoria and Queensland, noted the significant costs required to achieve interoperability. And Queensland says that, quote, a national approach and a large funding base from the Commonwealth Government is required to achieve meaningful change in this space. Queensland confirms that QFES is, quote, currently leading this conversation as the chair of the AFAC Operational Communications Subgroup, and through the initiative to link the Queensland GWN, which is the Government Wireless Network, and the New South Wales PSN, formerly the GRN, which is the Government Radio Network. I'm testing my recollection of acronyms at this point, Chairs. Commissioners, you heard about this linkage from Commissioner Leach of QFES in Hearing Block 3. The Australian Radio Communications Industry Association, ARCIA, advises that over 10 years ago there was a group called the National Coordinating Committee on Government Radio, NCCGR, and they coordinated the spectrum requirements for government networks. Apparently that group dissolved over time, and as ARCIA puts it, quote, it shows with the mess that is now the result, quote. Commissioners, it seems there is merit in your consideration as to whether there is indeed a need for a body for this purpose, probably set up within the Australian Government as the coordinating body for spectrum. As the Public Safety Mobile Broadband, or PSMB, develops, it seems sensible for there to be a national coordinating body to oversee PSMB development and maintenance to ensure its ongoing efficiency and cooperation. Proposition G17 proposed that the Australian Government should investigate the feasibility of telecommunications carriers providing roaming capability between carriers beyond triple zero during natural disasters. The Commonwealth and the states and territories supported this proposition outright or in principle, the Commonwealth recognising the possible benefits to such a capability, although observing that it is likely better directed to telecommunications companies for consideration. Queensland also considered the feasibility of roaming as, quote, more a commercial arrangement than a technical limitation, quote. To similar effect, ARCIA observed that, quote, in many ways it is only being restricted by commercial reticence within the public carriers, quote, and that, quote, as the government is providing funds to carriers in the form of black spot problem coverage enhancements, the Commonwealth should insist that roaming is a facility to be installed, at the very least on equipment being paid for by the government. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the carriers themselves did not see it that way. Both Optus and Telstra gave considered responses to this proposition, which repay careful review. Optus detailed the genuine practical issues which it said mean this proposition is unlikely to achieve the outcomes that are anticipated. Telstra submitted that the more appropriate solution is cell broadcast emergency notifications technology, which allows emergency notifications to be received by any mobile user, irrespective of carrier, without the significant technical and commercial complexities of roaming. Proposition G18 proposed that the Australian State and Territory Government should prioritise negotiations for comprehensive and cost-effective delivery of the PSMB capability. The Commonwealth and all states and territories supported or support in principle this proposition, as indeed did the telecommunications carriers. This is undoubtedly welcome. But as we heard in Hearing Block 3, the development of a PSMB capability has been a very long time coming. Indeed, ARCIA has urged that Australia use the national disasters of 2019-2020 as, quote, as the catalyst to make PSMB happen, quote. Proposition G19 concerned fire and emergency services in adjoining states and territories integrating mission-critical communications for improved cross-border interoperability and accountability. The Commonwealth and all states and territories supported or supported in principle this proposition, with the exception of Western Australia. Western Australia observed that it is supportive of achieving communications interoperability, but, quote, does not believe systems integration, brackets, which is a higher cost and complex option, brackets, between neighbouring jurisdictions is always required to achieve this. Quote, according to Western Australia, consideration of the integration of mission-critical communication systems, for example, land mobile radio networks, should be on a case-by-case basis. Commissioners, that submission has resonance, of course, for the West Coast, given its remoteness and low population, but perhaps less so for those jurisdictions with larger border communities, such as those on the east coast of Australia. National aerial firefighting capability. Propositions G1 to G24. These addressed a national aerial firefighting capability of sufficient size and versatility to meet the national need. Presently, the National Aerial Firefighting Centre, NAFC, a business unit of a not-for-profit company, is responsible for providing a cooperative national arrangement for the provision of aerial firefighting resources for combating bushfires. NAFC performs this function, coordinating the leasing of a national fleet of specialised aerial firefighting aircraft on behalf of the states and territories, emergency services agencies, and then facilitating the sharing of these aircraft between jurisdictions during fire seasons. NAFC does not own or operate any aircraft itself. There was support in principle for propositions G21 to G22 from the ACT, Northern Territory, New South Wales, Victoria and Tasmania, and support from Queensland. The propositions also had broad support from responses from individuals and organisations. That said, the Commonwealth, Western Australia and South Australia provided no response. Why was that? To the extent it did respond, the Commonwealth explained that because the primary responsibility lies with the states and territories, they are best placed to determine the cost capability considerations for aerial firefighting assets. So much may be accepted. But the Australian Government currently has a stake in funding aerial firefighting to the tune of approximately $15 million per year through NAFC, not to mention the sizable additional cash injections last season. And Proposition G21 proposed that it be the Australian Government which would have a part in ensuring a sovereign aerial firefighting capability that meets national needs. Western Australia's concerns can be addressed by the reading of Propositions G21 and G22 together. Western Australia explained that it cannot support Proposition G21 without further analysis and information, contending that an independent review should be undertaken of the effectiveness of aircraft in suppression across jurisdictions, whether the current mix of aircraft is appropriate or suitable, and based on the review, and that a new model be developed then to accommodate more flexibility in the allocation of basing aerial resources across jurisdictions as the requirements change. Commissioners, Proposition 21 contemplates a new model being developed for sovereign aerial capability, which will be informed by the matters in G22. G22.2 is, quote, continued research and evaluation of the optimum future aerial firefighting capability and tactics, quote, which contemplates research and evaluation would include effectiveness and the current mix of aircraft. South Australia states that it is not able to respond to the proposition, saying it's not clear what is being proposed. Hopefully these observations today help clarify the matter. South Australia does support a review of current aerial firefighting capabilities in light of the extended fire season. It supports the consideration of current contracting arrangements and possible changes, and it agrees that relevant governance, operational arrangements and protocols should be in place to regulate the use of a pool of shared national assets. Propositions G21 to G23 did not address funding for the sovereign aerial firefighting capability. There was reluctance from some states, such as Tasmania and South Australia, to commit their support without understanding better who would bear the cost. Queensland suggests Commonwealth funding, and that the expansion of Australia's sovereign aerial firefighting capability should encompass an all-hazards response. To that end, we note that the Lismore Citizens Flood Review Group suggested that scanning and live feed imagery could be beneficial in floods. Queensland also responded that to achieve a capability of live feed video imagery, a national approach to communications will be necessary, noting that the lack of a national public safety mobile broadband capability, quote, will create issues as aircraft will not be able to roam seamlessly and transmit video based on differing PSMB network requirements. AFAC observed that, quote, such a capability does exist already and that, quote, meaning a sovereign capability, and that over 80% of aircraft regularly used for aerial firefighting remain in Australia year-round. It said this accounts for all aircraft apart from VLAT, LAT and Type 1 rotary, noting that New South Wales owns and operates one LAT. Commissioners, our Proposition G22 was targeted in particular at these aircraft that are not based in Australia and was directed to an assessment not of the status quo but of a future of increasing disaster risk. To that end, it is worth considering the differing responses concerning the type of capability that would be required. The Emergency Leaders for Climate Action, led by former New South Wales Fire Commissioner Greg Mullins, suggested that amphibious water scooping aircraft should form part of the Australian aerial firefighting capability. On the other hand, the Aerial Application Association of Australia, 4As, said that the current fleet is underutilised and that to suggest an increased use of LATs was to have, quote, jumped the critical evaluation phase of comparing different fleet mixes and the advantages of other aircraft, quote. Again, the proposition did not propose the increased use of LATs. Rather, it proposed that a national capability be informed by consideration of reliance on overseas aircraft and the advantages of a modest Australian-based LAT capability. The proposition also states that the national capability should be informed by research and evaluation of capability and tactics, which may include an evaluation of different fleet mixes, as suggested by the 4A. To similar effect, that evaluation may take into account those many responses referring to the desirability of, quote, a first strike capability, quote. Of interest, Commissioners, was the response of the Australian Federation of Air Pilots, many of whose members have been stood down from active work during the COVID-19 pandemic. You will recall evidence of the long flight hours endured by air crews battling the 2019-20 bushfires. The Federation urged the Australian Government consider an Australian registered fleet of aircraft necessary to allow Australian licensed pilots to fly those aircraft. Proposition G23 addresses consideration of contracting arrangements that encourage the Australian-based aerial firefighting industry to develop capability. AFAC provided further detail as to those considerations. There was support from the Northern Territory, New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, and support in principle from Western Australia and Tasmania. South Australia, the Commonwealth and the ACT provided no response. The proposition of the Commonwealth and South Australia I addressed earlier. The proposition also had broad support from responses from individuals and organisations. If there are to be any nationally shared assets under Proposition G21, Proposition G24 provides for the development of specifically designed governance arrangements and prioritisation protocols and consideration of communications interoperability issues. There was support for Proposition G24 from the ACT, Queensland and Tasmania, and support in principle from the Northern Territory, New South Wales and Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia, New Zealand and Victoria. South Australia, Western Australia and the Commonwealth provided no responses for reasons addressed earlier. The proposition also had broad support from responses from individuals and organisations. In its response to Proposition G24, the State of New South Wales stated that it would continue to work with NAFC in, quote, the development of governance arrangements for nationally shared assets, which it seems implicitly acknowledged that there was work still to be done in the area. We point to the draft National Aerial Firefighting Strategy under development by the NAFC Strategic Committee of AFAC, which is intended to include a national fleet strategy to provide some appropriate capabilities on a national basis, funded and available to all states and territories to meet surges in demand. The Commissioners, you note that you have in evidence the draft of the strategy, which has been developed post the last bushfire season. Proposition G25 proposed a web-based service using real-time Earth observation capability to provide firefront monitoring capability. There was support in principle from the ACT, Northern Territory, Queensland, Victoria and Tasmania, and support from New South Wales. The Commonwealth, Western Australia and South Australia provided no substantive response, which was disappointing. While the Commonwealth and South Australia referred to earlier comments, Proposition G25 stands apart from other draft propositions in relation to aerial firefighting. To be clear, this is not a proposition about aerial firefighting as such, but about the use of Earth observation capability to provide firefront monitoring capability in support of aerial and ground-based firefighting. The position of the Commonwealth and the South Australia is therefore not clear. Western Australia stated that it requires further information and context. Queensland's support is subject to costs and resources, and Victoria says that the proposition requires significant investment and clarity around what is needed and who will lead the work. The proposition nonetheless had broad support from responses from individuals and organisations. In its response, AFAC stated that the draft propositions needs to be supported by a national system to receive, store and integrate data from airborne and Earth observation platforms and to provide a range of derived products to users. NAFC and the ACT government successfully trialled and proved a suitable system, it is said, during 2019-2020. We propose to seek more information about this, Commissioners.
If there's an off-the-shelf solution, that would be very, very useful.
The final part H. Propositions H1 to H25 concerned resilience and recovery and were generally supported outright or in principle amongst governments and by other responding organisations and people. Commissioners, these are complex proposals, some of which will require significant additional inquiry and consideration, as well as negotiation and a collaboration between jurisdictions and stakeholders before they could be implemented. The key question is whether each merits the time and energy required for the relevant stakeholders to engage with that process. In our respectful submission, it is certainly open to you, Commissioners, to reach the conclusion that they do. With some exceptions, there appears to be little dispute as to the desirability of the matters proposed. The key perceived barriers are, first, how to promote best practice at a national level and seek to ensure every Australian is treated equitably, while respecting that states and territories hold primary responsibility for recovery and that each jurisdiction may have differing needs. If change is required to achieve best practice, which government should bear the cost of funding that change? In addition, some perceived a conflict between the goal of locally led recovery and coordination of recovery on a national scale. The Commonwealth, Queensland and Victoria gave outright support to Proposition H1 that after natural hazard events, Australian state and territory governments should re-evaluate risk profiles and measures to test the effectiveness of adaptation and resilience building measures. We note that the two states giving outright support to this proposition are those with Inspectors General of Emergency Management, Queensland and Victoria. Perhaps it may be inferred that this reflects a strong appreciation of the value of independent evaluation and testing of the effectiveness of measures. All other states and territories provided in principle support. South Australia's in principle support was premised on such evaluations being conducted pursuant to existing models and initiatives rather than embracing new tools or processes. Some of the other responses received supported the proposition, either outright or in principle, while suggesting it could be improved, including evaluation of vulnerability profile and health impacts. The Australian Institute of Architects and Insurance Australia Group suggested that such evaluations should capture cost benefits of adaptation and resilience building measures, and the Insurance Council of Australia offered its support to governments in evaluating building infrastructure risk and assessing the effectiveness of resilience measures. The Investor Group on Climate Change stated that up-to-date national assessments of infrastructure at risk of the effects of climate change and an indicative quantification of the investment required for adaptation would facilitate private sector capital flows required to address these vulnerabilities. Proposition H2 proposed a formal mechanism for sharing all types of recovery resources between states, territories and the Commonwealth during and following natural disasters. Every response received to this proposition supported either outright or in principle. Victoria gave the proposition outright support on the assumption that it was referring to a coordinating agency which would work across and with all jurisdictions, and it suggested that the sharing of community or local resources pursuant to such a mechanism ought to be considered. The Commonwealth and all other states and territories gave it their support in principle. Queensland submitted with its support in principle that there was no identified need for a more formal arrangement for sharing recovery resources, noting that despite the lack of a formal mechanism, recovery resource sharing does occur at a more informal level. South Australia also noted some concern regarding the details of how such a mechanism would work, while the Commonwealth noted that it would require the agreement of all states and territories. Tasmania suggested that the mechanism should be developed through the Community Outcomes and Recovery Subcommittee of ANZMC, although Commissioners, you may be concerned to ensure that forum be sufficiently supported to effect timely policy change. This proposition also received broad support from most other responders. Local Government New South Wales suggested that it ought to be extended to include sharing of resources at a local level, and the Community Council of Australia suggested it was important to include local communities and the agencies that work with them in any such mechanism. Propositions H3 and H4 suggested that state and territory governments should improve arrangements in relation to spontaneous volunteers and donated goods, respectively, for relief and recovery during and following a natural disaster. These propositions received broad support and no one indicated that they did not support them. Queensland, Tasmania and ACT supported both propositions. Victoria supported H4 and gave H3 its support in principle. Northern Territory, New South Wales and South Australia gave both propositions their support in principle. Regrettably, Western Australia, whilst giving its support for proposition H4, did not respond to H3 on the basis that it did not have the opportunity to consult with stakeholders and provide a considered response. The ACT, Queensland, Victoria, South Australia and Tasmania all noted that there are existing arrangements for the coordination of spontaneous volunteers, and except for Tasmania, that of donated goods. Victoria and South Australia both submitted that such arrangements need to be appropriate for each specific jurisdiction's needs, and South Australia in particular, although it's not clear why, and South Australia in particular made clear that it would not support a proposition which suggested any specific service or produce without consideration of an individual jurisdiction's needs. There was strong support for these propositions among other responders. In relation to proposition H3, Volunteering Australia and Bushfires Volunteers both supported the proposition in principle while advocating that the model for the coordination of volunteers should be informed by further consultation with the volunteering sector. The Law Council of Australia noted the need to consider legislative protections and insurance coverage for volunteers, which Councillor Sisting welcome as a valuable contribution to your consideration of the proposal, Commissioners. Propositions H5 and H6 respectively propose that there should be national charities forums to facilitate charities' involvement in recovery support, and that these forums ought to be held on an ongoing basis. These propositions received in principle support from the Commonwealth, New South Wales and Northern Territory, Queensland, Victoria and South Australia. Queensland and South Australia noted that they have existing mechanisms for the coordination of charities within their state, and Queensland further submitted that national forum may not always be the most appropriate way to coordinate charitable support, particularly in respect of local charities. South Australia and Victoria said their support was subject to any such forum being consistent with existing state and territory arrangements. The ACT and WA did not respond to either. Tasmanian gave no response to proposition H5, stating it recognised the value of a national collaborative forum, but noted that the ability to direct charities' activities may be limited. Tasmania did give in principle support to H6, adding that state and territory governments ought to be included in any such forum. All other responses, including importantly those from leading Australian charities, peak bodies and the regulator, gave outright or in principle support. The Salvation Army, Save the Children, the Australian Red Cross and the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission each supported these propositions, while the Victorian Council of Social Services and St Vincent de Paul Society gave them in principle support. The Salvation Army further said that their experience was that the charities forum arranged by the National Bushfire Recovery Agency, that's the NBRA, as well as state-level fora and memoranda of understanding in relation to such matters were all beneficial, and that they would appreciate the opportunity for ongoing coordination and communication. Volunteering Australia gave support in principle and said that any such forum needed to include representation from the volunteering sector. Proposition H7 proposed that the Australian and state and territory governments should work together to harmonise the regulation of charitable fundraising. All responses received to this proposition either gave outright or in principle support. Charities strongly supported this proposition in their responses, including St Vincent de Paul Society, the Australian Red Cross, Save the Children and the Salvation Army. The St Vincent de Paul Society described the current regime as no longer fit for purpose, as donations are predominantly made online. The Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission also supported the proposition. In principle, support was being expressed by the Commonwealth, the Northern Territory, Queensland, Victoria, South Australia and Tasmania. New South Wales and Western Australia said they were unable to respond without additional information and time. The Commonwealth suggested that the private and philanthropic sector should also be considered in any long-term approach. Notwithstanding the in-principle support for Proposition H7, some jurisdictions' comments pointed to barriers to progressing such harmonisation. Queensland questioned what harmonisation between jurisdictions is required, given that regulation to charities occurs at the national level. And although this is true, Council assisting note that individual states and territories still retain separate fundraising legislation, which the Commonwealth does not presently regulate. South Australia submitted that the first step to any harmonisation would be consideration and collaboration across jurisdictions on the fundamental principles of fundraising, and discussion as to regulation harmonisation should only follow that step if reached. Tasmania noted that the Charitable Fundraising National Working Group, which was established under the Consumer Affairs Australia and New Zealand, had been involved in efforts to streamline the registration process for charities, and it released a discussion paper on the same day as your interim observations and our draft propositions were published, 31 August, proposing a cross-border recognition model for the regulation of charities. We have just tendered the discussion paper for your consideration. The Law Council of Australia did not expressly support or not support this proposition, but it stated that rather than harmonisation of the existing framework, it supported Justice Connect's #FixFundraising campaign, which proposed that the Australian consumer law should be amended to clarify that it applies to charitable and not-for-profit fundraising. That would then deal not just with the manner and regulation of fundraising, but statements that are made in the course of the fundraising. For example, in relation to who will benefit from it. St Vincent de Paul also noted that the Fundraising Institute of Australia is developing a national disaster practice note for fundraisers. Commissioners, we have reached out to the Fundraising Institute, which has helpfully provided information concerning this proposal to develop a best practice fundraising practice note for national disasters. In their letter to us of 14 September 22, which has been tendered, the FIA explained that this practice note will sit alongside the FIA code to provide guidance for best practice ethical fundraising during the special circumstances surrounding national disasters in Australia and overseas. Propositions H8 to H16 relate to financial recovery support, including that provided by the Commonwealth and states and territories pursuant to the Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements, or DRFA. Several responses to these propositions note that pursuant to a direction of COAG, as it then was, in March 2020, a review of the DRFA is already underway, and it is likely that the subject matter of these propositions will be considered in the course of that review. Commissioners, that review is of course relevant to bear in mind, but it does not minimise your obligation to consider matters falling within your terms of reference and make all recommendations you consider to be appropriate. Indeed, it may well be that any recommendations made in respect to the matters the subject of propositions H8 to H16 become part of the relevant considerations in that ongoing review of the DRFA. Proposition H8 proposes that the Australian state and territory governments and non-government organisations should review and consider opportunities to streamline financial assistance to individuals, communities and small businesses, including via the DRFA, with consideration being given to harmonising eligibility criteria and evidentiary requirements across jurisdictions, the level of financial assistance provided, and consolidating duplicative assistance measures. The Commonwealth, New South Wales, Queensland and Tasmania supported this proposition, and the ACT, Northern Territory, Victoria, and South Australia gave their support in principle. Western Australia did not support Proposition H8, stating that while Western Australia supports the review of the DRFA, it does not believe that WA should be constrained by arrangements in other jurisdictions. The response from WA was the only do not support response, although South Australia similarly stated that it considered that, quote, decision making must ultimately remain with each jurisdiction to ensure policies and programs are appropriate for and responsive to the needs of the community. All other responses supported Proposition H8 outright or in principle. Some responses also suggested additions to the relevant matters for consideration. For example, the ACT suggested that timeliness and speed of processing should be added, and the CSIRO suggested that the role of the private sector can play in funding recovery should be a consideration. The Australian Local Government Association and the Municipal Association of Victoria supported the proposition and suggested that local government should be included in this review. Commissioners, the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission gave in principle support for the proposition, but noted that charities are constrained to act in accordance with their objects and charitable purpose, and that this will need to be a relevant consideration. The Insurance Council of Australia supported H8 in principle and emphasised the consideration that it is also important to ensure that government financial assistance does not lead residents into the false belief that governments are responsible for replacing, or they will replace, individual losses. Such a misunderstanding can lead to people failing to have insurance, and that should be avoided. Proposition H9 proposed that work by all governments on the development of pre-agreed recovery programs should be prioritised. H9 was supported by Tasmania, and the Commonwealth, ACT, NT, New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria and South Australia gave their support in principle. Western Australia did not respond on the basis that it required further context and information. The states and territories in principle support was subject to some comments. South Australia's position was subject to pre-agreed recovery programs being high level and in the nature of a guide, and Queensland stated that it was important for states and territories to retain flexibility. Almost all other responses reflected strong support for H9. The Consumer Action Legal Centre strongly supported Proposition H9, stating that their experience was that funding for legal assistance and other social supports was made available months after the event, rather than in the immediate aftermath when affected people were most vulnerable and in need of support. Proposition H10 proposes that there should be pre-agreed definitions of affected businesses and persons to whom recovery will be provided by government, and this received the in-principle support of the Commonwealth and all of the states and territories. While the majority of responses to Proposition H10 recorded either outright or in principle support, several did reflect an apparent concern that pre-agreed definitions will not be flexible enough or would exclude people. For example, the New South Wales Farmers Association expressed a concern that a framework would be better than agreed definitions, as definitions have the potential to exclude rather than include. Proposition H11 proposed that Australian state and territory governments should work together to ensure consistency of recovery support across different jurisdictions. The Commonwealth, the ACT, New South Wales, NT, Victoria, South Australia and Tasmania gave this in principle support. Western Australia and Queensland did not support this proposition. Queensland acknowledged that consistency is to be encouraged where people on opposite sides of the border need recovery support, but argued that the prevailing principle must be that support should be considered on genuine need rather than consistency. Western Australia stated that its ability to assist its community should not be constrained by arrangements which may not be appropriate in other jurisdictions but are necessary in the WA context. Victoria argued that funding support should be based on equity and be needs-based rather than consistent for its own sake, and that need should be considered in context of other funding mechanisms and social support services available to disaster-impacted individuals which vary across jurisdiction. South Australia clarified that its principal support was to recognise that assistance provided to individuals across jurisdictions must be equitable, and noted that this may mean differing payments or levels of support in different areas. The ACT government commented that achieving consistency in the level of disaster recovery support would be extremely challenging, that recovery support must be reflective of the community's need rather than a one-size-fits-all approach, and that the focus of this proposition should be on achieving equity and fairness rather than consistency. Other responses all recorded support or in principle support for Proposition H11. Support was given by people and organisations including the Australian Red Cross, the Salvation Army, Floodplain Management Australia, Insurance Australia Group, the Insurance Council of Australia, the Australian Trucking Association, Legal Aid New South Wales, Municipal Association of Victoria and the Queensland Farmers Federation. Proposition H12 proposed that the small disaster criterion to trigger DRFA funding, presently $240,000, should be reviewed to avoid people being denied support offered to similarly affected people in more populous jurisdictions. This proposal was clearly of relevance to those jurisdictions less populous in size. The ACT supported Proposition H12, while the Northern Territory, New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia and Tasmania supported it in principle. Only Victoria and WA did not support it. Both stated that $240,000 was an appropriate threshold. Victoria raised the concern that lowering the criterion could result in government assistance being required for very small incidents, with the potential that this could act as a disincentive for personal risk management, such as insurance. WA suggested that it would be more useful to review the kinds of loss that could be counted to contribute to the criterion. The proposition was supported or supported in principle by all but one of the other responses. In particular, it was supported by Local Government New South Wales and the Municipal Association of Victoria, suggesting that local governments in at least New South Wales and Victoria see some need for such a review. That view presumably reflecting the recent experience of their members in recovering from the extreme weather events of the 2019-2020 bushfire season.
Ask you a clarification question about H11. I see that the proposal refers to consistency for communities, and some of the comments that have come back was that it should be based on need rather than what I would call mere consistency. But is the intention of the proposal that it be consistent regardless of circumstance, or is it that for people who are affected to the same degree, there should be consistency?
It's the latter, because it was directed to ensuring the level of support that they received was consistent. So their level of support would depend on their own circumstances and the circumstances of the regional locality in which they lived.
But I think there seems to have been some confusion in the responses that it was just consistency for the sake of it without any recognition of the circumstances. But, I mean, as I understand the proposal, just looking at it, that it's meant to be that that there should be consistency between communities where there is the same level of need.
I think it perhaps was inelegantly expressed by us, but it was consistency in approach as opposed to the outcome, meaning each person received the same amount no matter where they lived. Whereas, of course, one might live in have different needs or different community needs depending on where one lived,
or where they live, or the degree of impact of the natural disaster. I mean,
even more so.
It seems that some of the responses thought that there was just going to be some standard given out. Or the suggestion is that you give out the same amount, irrespective of degree of impact, irrespective of actual need, and irrespective of any other subjective consideration. I think it seems to me, just looking at it, that there was a bit of confusion in that regard.
That's right. But in any event, the responses indicate the concerns and matters to take into account.
Yes, no, I understand. Thank you.
Am I up to H13? Yes. Proposition H13, yes, proposed that Australian state and territory government should work together to streamline the DRFA application process at each level so as to create a common Australian experience. This could apply to all categories of DRFA funding. Now, this might have been another example of where there might have been confusion in the responses. And what it was directed to is ensuring that everybody has the same opportunity to access a DRFA support. This was supported by the ACT and NT and supported in principle by the Commonwealth, New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia and Tasmania. Tasmania noted that safeguards are important to ensure consistency, equity and needs-based funding models. Western Australia did not support the proposition, stating that WA does not consider there to be a need for consistency across jurisdictions so long as applications processes are fit for purpose, consistent, accessible and streamlined within the jurisdiction in which they are based. WA also explained that inconsistencies across border communities is not a significant issue in WA. South Australia made an interesting observation that absence of a national framework within the recovery environment results in an over-reliance on the DRFA to drive national recovery decisions, and the broader narrative assistance, and that in the absence of a broader framework, the DRFA was used as a mechanism for early recovery and narrowed the conversation of assistance to funding only. South Australia suggests that work already underway on a national recovery framework should allow for increased clarity and streamlined exchanges across federal, state and local governments. Commissioners, you may regard it as beneficial for this work to be progressed and completed as a matter of priority. All other responses to Proposition H13 either provided support or support in principle for the proposition. It was supported by organisations including the Australian Local Government Association, the Municipal Association of Victoria, which stated that this work must include the practical experiences of local governments as system users, Insurance Australia Group and the Queensland Farmers Federation, which stated that grant application funding rejections needed to be subject to a common and consistent appeals and review process, which you may also regard as having merit. Propositions.
Wouldn't they normally, if it was a decision, wouldn't they normally have an existing appeals process to the AAT?
You are testing me, Chair.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just it's something that we should. I mean, would require some consideration actually.
Could I come back to you on that?
Yes, no, I don't know what the provision. I mean, one would have to have a look at the statutory provisions and matters such as that, I think.
Can I say it's no doubt unsatisfactory on my part. I had understood when I read that submission that there wasn't a common and consistent appeals review process, and that's why the submission was being made to that effect. But we can check that. Propositions H14 to H16 were directed to promoting betterment in recovery support funding to build resilience within communities. These propositions were generally well supported, with almost all responses providing support or in principle support. South Australia cautioned that amendments to the DRFA would need to ensure that states and territories retain flexibility. Queensland stated that it is for state governments to determine how to best apply betterment funding, and therefore it is not the role of the Commonwealth under the DRFA to suggest that relocation of buildings, infrastructure and or communities should occur. Victoria also emphasised that the DRFA should remain flexible to support recovery packages focused on building resilience as determined by state and territory governments. The Australian Business Roundtable for Disaster Resilience and Safer Communities noted in response to H14 that a simple cost-benefit analysis demonstrates how government funds will be saved over the longer term by greater investment in resilience measures. Proposition H17 proposes that the Australian state and territory governments should work together to develop a system to collect and disseminate personal information in the context of a natural disaster, including the use of real-time geospatial mapping, enabling information sharing for the purpose of providing recovery support, and the use of an opt-in scheme based on consent provided by affected people. The Commonwealth and each state and territory gave their support in principle to this proposition, except WA, which did not respond, and stated again it required more context, information and discussion. Notwithstanding the overwhelming support in principle, governments raised concerns about the proposition, including the following. The ACT stated that significant legislative challenges exist which would likely render the proposition unachievable. The Commonwealth, Queensland and Tasmanian governments noted that the cost implications were likely to be significant. Victoria suggested that each state and territory needed to ensure that information was shared in an appropriate and timely way within the jurisdiction before looking to improve information sharing at a national level. South Australia said that while it supported greater information sharing, how this was achieved needed to be specific to each jurisdiction's privacy scheme. Key themes in comments made and responses the vast majority of which supported the proposition outright or in principle, were the importance of ensuring personal privacy was adequately protected, the need to carefully consider who should have access to the information, and the need for secure systems which protected private information. Legal Aid New South Wales noted that this work could have benefit in avoiding trauma and assistance fatigue for affected individuals, and the Australian Red Cross supported the proposition, suggesting that its existing register.find.reunite system could be a key component of this work. The CSIRO suggested that the proposition be amended to insert the need for, quote, safe and secure, quote, collection and dissemination of information, which we adopt. The Insurance Council of Australia says that it has observed the insurance industry receiving requests from governments for personal information where there is no clear benefit to the individuals the subject of the request, and that many policyholders do not want their personal information disclosed to governments. Proposition H18.
Before we go to 18, in our role as disseminating information, if people are watching this diligently from Canberra, they might want to go and move their car undercover at the moment with thunderstorms coming in from the west.
Is it a thunderstorm or is it a hailstorm?
I'm just looking at the Bureau of Met Weather chart, and there's a storm coming from the west.
I
So
can see the very dark clouds outside
Yeah.
the window.
that's all right. Anyway,
We opened the curtains behind you, Chairs. We would
Not yet.
see, which I have been asking since
Not-
the beginning
not
of this
yet.
Royal Commission.
it would be very black behind us at the moment, I think.
I might not get the objections from the technical people then, as to the light. I've nearly completed.
Sorry, I've interrupted you there.
No, that's all right. Proposition H18 proposes that the Australian state and territory government should continue to develop a greater capacity to collect and share natural disaster impact data, including sharing of standardised data and giving urgent consideration to the extent to which personal information should be included or connected with impact data. The Commonwealth and the ACT, NT, NSW, New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria and South Australia all gave in principle support to H18. WA and Tasmania did not respond. Tasmania stated that it supported efforts to develop greater capacity to collect and share standardised information, but was still considering the financial impacts of the proposition. Despite supporting the proposition in principle, Queensland said that while standardised impact data might be nice to have, it considers that there are other more important natural disaster issues that should be prioritised. Queensland also noted that the type and quality of impact data varies between different kinds of natural disasters, and this would need to be factored into this work. Commissioners, I imagine that they are referring in particular in relation to floods and cyclones. Victoria noted potential challenges to standardising data across jurisdictions and suggested that consideration be given to how natural disaster impact data inform decision-making, planning and outcomes to identify the parameters of the data prior to considering the data collection and sharing mechanisms. Other responses to H18 were overwhelmingly in support, either outright or in principle. The Australian Red Cross again suggested that data collected via its existing platform could be a key component. The Insurance Council of Australia supported the proposition, stating that the insurance industry's ability to provide financial assistance to residents impacted by a disaster is frequently delayed by the lack of access to government impact assessment data, which perhaps answers Queensland's point. And insurers frequently have to wait until an insurance assessor can attend the property, which can take several weeks due to government prohibiting access to the impacted community. Standards Australia strongly supported H18, stating that making real data available in a timely way would help ensure technical standards remain fit for purpose. Proposition H19 proposes that the Australian state and territory government should agree to a minimum data set of metrics to measure health impacts, including mental health. Proposition H20 suggests that these governments should give specific recognition to the mental health impacts of compounding natural disasters, the mental health of first responders, and the mental health of vulnerable groups such as children. The Commonwealth and the NT supported both propositions, and Queensland and South Australia supported H20 and gave H19 their in-principle support. The ACT, New South Wales, Victoria, Western Australia and Tasmanian governments gave in-principle support to both propositions. Commissioners, the Commonwealth Government advised that the National Mental Health Commission is developing a cross-jurisdictional national natural disaster response framework, which aims to ensure that Australia, state and territory governments are prepared and resourced to deliver effective mental health supports in response to future natural disasters. We understand that this is intended for delivery in mid-2021. In respect of Proposition H19, Victoria stated that the specification and measurement of a balanced set of core nationally consistent metrics will be challenging. South Australia said that its in-principle support required further consideration of matters such as what is meant by a minimum data set of metrics, how this would be agreed on between all jurisdictions, how the measurements would occur in practice, as well as regulatory, funding and policy implications arising from this proposal. Whilst those points are well made, we invite South Australia to suggest resolutions to those queries. Western Australia's in-principle support was premised on the measures being reported from currently collected data, or alternatively, only if appropriate resources would be provided to support the collection of any new kinds of data. Tasmania similarly stated that further discussion is needed regarding the funding arrangements for implementation, although it was not clear to what end. As to Proposition H20, New South Wales said that further detail is required as to the meaning of give specific recognition to, although it did not proffer any suggestions. Victoria suggested that such recognition could be extended to resource support, research and program delivery, and that there was a need for further research in this area. Tasmania again said that further discussion as to funding arrangements for implementation was needed. Tasmania noted that these propositions require a suitable national forum to resolve, with the majority of those four are currently suspended following the decision to replace COAG with National Cabinet. The Australian Local Government Association supported H19 and H20 and suggested that local government ought to be included in this work. Asthma Australia noted that its bushfire smoke impact survey, which is in Exhibits 29.13, revealed that 2019-2020 bushfires had a substantial mental health impact on people with asthma, including people living in cities far from the bushfires who are exposed to smoke for prolonged periods, and stated that mental health impacts should include the impact of poor air quality. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare suggested that in light of its experience in mental health reporting nationally, and as an international leader in data analysis and linkage, it would be uniquely placed to assist with this work. Other submissions were primarily in support, either outright or in principle, of these propositions. One exception was that of the Municipal Association of Victoria, which did not support Proposition H19, stating that it was best dealt with at the state level in light of the Victoria's Royal Commission into Mental Health. The Australian Child, Adolescent, Trauma, Grief and Loss Network supported H20, but stated that children generally should not be described as, quote, vulnerable, quote, because children only become vulnerable when their needs are not met. That said, Save the Children Fund supported H20 and stated that children are particularly vulnerable to bushfires and other disasters, including to the compounding effects of multiple disasters. The Australian Red Cross and the Victorian Council of Social Services both supported H20 and suggested that it should be expanded to also recognise the potential mental health impacts on recovery workers, both staff and volunteers. Similarly, the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners stated that H20 should be expanded to include reference to the elderly, pregnant women and those with multiple chronic conditions who are all at increased risk of damage to physical and mental health from natural disasters. The World Wildlife Fund Australia recommended that H20 should specifically recognise that the destruction of key cultural sites and the loss of cultural keystone species can have unique impacts on the social and emotional well-being of some Indigenous people. Council assisting acknowledge and adopt that suggestion. Proposition H21 proposed that the Australian State and Territory Government should work together to ensure greater consistency and collaboration in relation to data, information and science in respect of species and distribution. The Commonwealth and the Northern Territory, WA and Tasmania supported this proposition, and the ACT, New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria and South Australia gave its support in principle. Queensland noted that this issue is not confined to the context of natural disasters, which is true. Queensland and Victoria both stated that collaboration would require an agreed system to describe or assess quality and reliability of data. The Commonwealth and WA referred to work already underway in this area. Proposition H22 proposed that state and territory government should ensure that effective wildlife response and recovery capabilities are developed and integrated into emergency planning processes for natural disasters, including consideration of specific coordination capabilities such as rapid deployment. All states and territories gave this proposition their in-principle support, except Victoria, which supported it outright. Victoria, South Australia and WA all stated that such work was already in place in their jurisdictions. The Commonwealth did not respond, which was not surprising as it was not directed in terms to it. Proposition H23 proposed the Australian State and Territory Government should work together with relevant non-government organisations to establish national standards and training relevant to emergency wildlife response and recovery. Tasmania supported this proposition, and the Commonwealth and the other states and territories gave it their support in principle. Victoria supported national accreditation of training, but stated that individual jurisdictions should continue to determine their own minimum training requirements for deployment, as well as the arrangements for deployment. Victoria also proposed that non-government organisations ought to be involved in discussions around this issue. South Australia suggested that work being engaged in by South Australia and Victoria together to improve wildlife emergency response arrangements could be drawn on to assist this proposition. Proposition H24 proposed that all governments should invest in long-term ecosystem and land management monitoring, modelling, forecasting, research and evaluation to promote natural disaster resilience and adaptation. This was supported by Victoria, WA and Tasmania, the Commonwealth and the ACT, Northern Territory, New South Wales, Queensland and South Australia gave it support in principle. Victoria noted that this proposition will require sustained funding, and South Australia said that further work to understand the costs and undertake a value assessment will be required before it could commit. Victoria also suggested that the proposition should be amended to add the words including to enable adaptation in the context of climate change. Other non-governmental responses to propositions 21 to 24 were overwhelmingly in support, outright or in principle. The World Wildlife Fund Australia recommended that the proposition be broadened to refer to the distribution and abundance of wildlife and its habitat, threatened species and ecological communities. And the need for a broader compass was also advanced by the BNHCRC. Finally, Commissioners, our final proposition, H25. Proposition H25 has proposed a standing national body responsible for natural disaster recovery and resilience at the Australian Government level, and included a number of sub-propositions as to the suggested responsibilities and focus of such an organisation. The Commonwealth's response to the proposition in its submission from last Friday stated that the standing body should operate in respect of resilience, relief and recovery. And Commissioners, you will note the explicit addition of the word relief amongst the body's functions, and have specific roles and responsibilities that would seek to complement and not replace state and territory arrangements, building on the success of the MBRA. The Commonwealth's written submission filed in response to the state and territories' responses to our draft propositions addressed several of the concerns raised by states and territories governments as to consultation and scope. We propose to explore aspects of this topic in more detail this week, as our thinking has also further evolved based on consultation and review. This proposition received in principle support from the Commonwealth, the ACT, Northern Territory, New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria. WA and Tasmania did not support H25. I'll have more to say about the Commonwealth position shortly. South Australia did not respond to the proposition, stating that the recovery should be locally led, recovery and resilience approaches must be based on jurisdictional requirements, and that the Commonwealth should determine its structure in this context. South Australia further said that while it would support engagement with a national body, the establishment of such a body should not duplicate work or increase bureaucracy. Queensland stated that it did not oppose the establishment of such a body, but only on the basis that the standing body would consolidate multiple agencies into one. And that reference, as I recall, Commissioners, in their submission was to refer to the Droughts and North Queensland Floods, Far North Queensland Floods Agency, in addition to the MBRA. Queensland also noted that it did not support such a national recovery agency dealing directly with people affected by a natural disaster, as this would undermine the locally focused approach to recovery, as well as the principle that recovery is primarily a state responsibility. Queensland also called for clarity on the intersection of roles and responsibilities between jurisdictions, including in relation to disaster preparedness and risk assessment and resilience. Victoria stated that its in-principle support was conditional on the states and territories being engaged in the design of the standing body and on avoiding duplication and any additional resource requirements on states and territories. Victoria stated that it did not support further fragmentation of Commonwealth emergency management responsibilities across multiple agencies, and stated that the new body should enable reform at a national level across resilience, recovery and all phases of emergencies, as well as being responsible for all hazards, not just natural disasters. Victoria expressly stated that it did not support a new national body having control of recovery operations, nor direct engagement without states and territories with local government, the private sector, charities or communities. Western Australia stated that it does not consider that the proposed body would provide the flexibility to support community-led and community-informed recovery, nor meet the needs of impacted local communities. WA asserted that because the vast majority of emergencies are confined within state boundaries, a national standing body is likely to add an unnecessary level of bureaucracy and uncertainty, and also have adverse impacts on grassroots organisations that make a significant contribution at the local level. Tasmania noted that Emergency Management Australia and the Department of Home Affairs currently has responsibility for national recovery and resilience policies, and stated that any new body should avoid duplication. Tasmania questioned why such a standing body should have responsibility for resilience and recovery but not other aspects of emergency management. In light of the limited capacity of many Tasmanian local governments, Tasmania said it does not support any national body working directly with local government. The ACT commented that establishing a national body for recovery and resilience risks separating these from natural disaster prevention, and suggested that it may be preferable to instead bring all emergency management functions into a new single body. The other responses received to this proposition were all in support, either outright or in principle. Several organisations suggested that such a body could have a key role to play in relation to insurance. The National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation recommended that the new body should include representatives from or prioritise working with relevant private sector stakeholders, charities and Aboriginal community controlled organisations. And finally, Commissioners, Dr Robert Glasser, who's the former UN Secretary-General's Special Representative for Disaster Risk Reduction, commented in his submission to the inquiry that it is good to separate resilience and recovery from emergency response because the latter will always trump the former. Dr Glasser further suggested in his response that resilience requires disaster risk to be incorporated in core economic and social planning and investments across sectors, departments and jurisdictions, and that having the standing body report to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet would facilitate this. Commissioners, the work of your inquiry has plainly identified areas for improvement, and indeed in some instances that work has already commenced. That is to be commended. Obviously, there is further work to be done, and your report will be vital in informing and shaping that work. Truly national natural disaster arrangements require unity, not just of commitment or purpose, but of action. The responses to the draft propositions and your interim observations of some might suggest to you that while proponents share a commitment to improvements, some continue to take a narrow, self-focused view when it comes to meaningful action. As we well know, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Together, everyone achieves more. Going forward, and in this final week of hearings, it is hoped that all stakeholders will choose to be an active and constructive part of the whole, rather than remaining disparate, disconnected parts.
Indeed, while being informed by the past, the Commission will continue to look towards the future in our consideration this week. Commissioner McIntosh, do you have any questions? Commissioner Bennett. Ms Hogan-Doran, we appreciate that short summary of the responses to the propositions. I commend the team across 3 states and a territory over the weekend pulling all those responses together to a coherent single summary that we've heard today. And I know everyone's worked very hard. If you could pass on the Commissioner's personal thanks to the entire team that worked on that.
I'd be happy to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have anything additional for today? Nothing from no phone a friend down the back? No?
Nothing further for today.
Okay, in that case, we will adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Canberra time. Thank you.